Modern archaeology prides itself on having answers, piecing together fragments of the past to form a cohesive timeline. Yet some discoveries stubbornly refuse to align with the narrative. We encounter fortifications in Scotland fused by heat far greater than any known primitive fire, and massive green monoliths in Turkey that stand without context or explanation. These are not merely gaps in our knowledge, they are contradictions to what we believe was possible. Whether it is the geometric precision of chalk drums buried with children, or the baffling acoustic properties of stones that ring like bells, these anomalies force us to question the capabilities of those who came before. Tonight, on Explored Mysteries, we examine 10 specific cases where the physical evidence remains distinct, but the logic behind it is missing. Get comfortable as we travel from the volcanic valleys of Cappadocia to the remote White Sea, observing the ancient works that continue to defy science. High upon the rugged crests of the Scottish Highlands, where the heather clings to the thin soil and the grey sky meets the earth, there lies a geological paradox that has baffled observers for over 250 years. Scattered across these elevated landscapes are the remains of fortifications that defy the standard narrative of Iron Age construction. These are not merely piles of dry stones stacked for defense, nor are they simple earthworks raised to deter an approaching enemy. Instead, these ramparts have undergone a transformation so radical that the very nature of the rock has been altered. The stones have not just been scorched, they have been melted. They have been fused together by temperatures so intense that the individual blocks have lost their shape, running like wax and solidifying into a singular, glass-like mass. These are the vitrified forts, a phenomenon where the walls of ancient strongholds were turned into liquid and then frozen in time, leaving behind a legacy of blackened, bubbly, and glassy slag that looks more like the product of a volcano than the work of human hands. The physical reality of these sites presents an immediate challenge to our understanding of the capabilities available to the people living in Scotland during the first millennium before Common Era. To take a piece of this vitrified material in hand is to hold a contradiction. The stone is often light, filled with air pockets created when gases boiled out of the molten rock, yet it is incredibly hard. It creates a texture that is rough, abrasive, and utterly alien to the surrounding geology. At sites like Taponoth in Aberdeenshire, the sheer volume of this transformed material is staggering. The walls here enclose a massive area, and in places, the vitrification is not a surface effect, but penetrates deep into the core of the rampart. The rock has effectively been welded. The discovery of these sites by the modern antiquarian mind dates back to the year 1777. It was then that John Williams, a mineral surveyor and engineer, first brought them to public attention. Before his observations, those who stumbled upon these strange, fused ruins often assumed they were the throats of extinct volcanoes. The glassiness of the rock and the evidence of extreme heat led many to believe they were looking at natural geological vents where magma had once bubbled to the surface. It was a reasonable assumption given the appearance of the stone, but Williams recognized the artificiality of the structures. He saw that these were walls, laid out in clear plans, following the contours of defensible hills. They were human creations that had been subjected to forces that mimicked the interior of the earth. Williams proposed that the vitrification was a deliberate construction technique. He suggested that the builders, lacking mortar to bind their dry stones, used heat to fuse the walls together, creating a solid, impenetrable barrier. This theory, known as the constructive hypothesis, posited a level of engineering sophistication and pyrotechnological control that was startling. It suggested that Iron Age architects could not only generate temperatures in excess of 1,100 degrees Celsius, but could sustain them over long periods across vast lengths of walling to achieve a uniform weld. The debate that ignited in the late 18th century continues to smolder today, fueled by the complexities of the archaeological evidence. To understand the scale of the anomaly, we must look at the chemistry of the rocks involved. The forts are typically built from local materials: schist, gneiss, sandstone, and granite. Each of these has a different melting point, but generally, the temperatures required to induce the glass transition phase in these minerals are immense. Granite, for instance, begins to deform and melt only when the heat climbs above 1000 degrees Celsius. To turn a wall of granite rubble into a fused mass requires not just a flash of heat, but a sustained thermal event. The heat must soak into the core of the rampart, overcoming the insulating properties of the outer stone layers. In the 1930s, the archaeologist Gordon Childe, accompanied by Wallace Thornycroft, decided to move beyond speculation and test the theories with experimental archaeology. They constructed a model wall near Stirling, attempting to replicate the structure of these ancient forts to see if they could induce vitrification. They built a wall using a technique known as timber lacing. This method involves embedding wooden beams within the stone structure, both parallel to the wall face and perpendicular to it. The timber acts as a skeleton, stabilizing the dry stone and preventing collapse. This style of architecture, often referred to by the Latin term murus Gallicus or Gallic wall, was described by Julius Caesar in his accounts of the Gallic Wars. Childe and Thornycroft packed their test wall with rubble and timber, then piled brushwood against it and set it alight. They waited, watching the smoke billow and the flames consume the external fuel. When the fire died down and the wall cooled, they dismantled it to examine the results. They found that while some stones had cracked and discolored, they had failed to achieve the wholesale melting seen at the ancient sites. The heat had simply escaped into the atmosphere too quickly. They realized that for vitrification to occur, the fire needed to be contained. The heat had to be trapped within the wall itself. They ran the experiment again, but this time they focused on the internal timbers. They realized that if the beams inside the wall caught fire and burned slowly, acting like a kiln, the heat might build up sufficiently to melt the surrounding stone. This second experiment was more successful. The burning timbers within the core of the wall created a reducing atmosphere, starving the fire of oxygen just enough to turn the wood into charcoal, which burns at a tremendous temperature. The heat radiated outward into the tightly packed rubble, and in pockets, the stones began to fuse. They had proven that the burning of a timber-laced wall could, theoretically, cause vitrification. However, this success only deepened the mystery of intent. If the vitrification was caused by the burning of the internal timber skeleton, then the destruction of the wall was the cause of the melting. This seemingly contradicted John Williams's idea that the melting was done to strengthen the wall. When the timbers burn away, they leave voids. The stone above, now heavy and unsupported, collapses into these cavities. While the fusing of the rocks might create localized hardpoints, the overall structural integrity of the rampart is often compromised. The wall slumps, distorts, and loses its vertical height. It becomes a fused lump rather than a standing barrier. Why would builders spend months or years quarrying stone, felling trees, and constructing a complex timber-laced rampart only to set it on fire and destroy the stabilizing timber frame? This question steers the investigation toward the possibility of warfare. If the vitrification is the result of enemy action, it represents a slighting of the fort, a deliberate act of destruction intended to render the stronghold useless and to humiliate the occupants. In this scenario, a conquering force, having taken the fort, would pile combustible material against the walls and set them ablaze. The fire would catch the ends of the projecting timbers, travel into the heart of the wall, and eventually bring the rampart down in a molten ruin. Yet, even this explanation has flaws. The fuel required to generate the necessary heat is enormous. To vitrify a fort like Dunderdale in Glen Nevis, which sits high above the valley floor, would require tons of wood. The attackers would have to haul this fuel up steep, punishing slopes, or spend days felling trees in the immediate vicinity, all while presumably occupying hostile territory. It is a labor-intensive method of destruction when simple dismantling might suffice. Furthermore, the vitrification is often uniform and extensive, suggesting a thoroughness that goes beyond the chaotic aftermath of a battle. Dunderdale offers a compelling case study. Perched on a ridge with a commanding view of the surrounding highlands, its location is defensive perfection. The vitrified remains here form a continuous circuit. The scientific analysis of samples from Dun Deodale has revealed that the heat was intense enough to mobilize iron oxides within the rock, creating magnetic anomalies that can still be detected today. The process locked the magnetic alignment of the iron particles to the direction of the Earth's magnetic field at the moment of cooling. This allows researchers to date the last time the walls were heated. Recent investigations at various sites have utilized this archaeomagnetic dating, along with radiocarbon dating of charcoal found trapped within the fused mass. The results indicate that many of these fires occurred in the Iron Age and the early historic period, specifically between the years 400 before Common Era and 900 Common Era. This wide timeframe suggests that the phenomenon was not a singular cultural fad, but a practice or an occurrence that spanned centuries. There is also a third possibility that moves away from the binary of construction versus destruction, the ritual hypothesis. In the worldview of the Iron Age Celts, objects, places, and buildings were often imbued with a life cycle. A sword might be bent and deposited in a river as a votive offering. A roundhouse might be ritually dismantled when its inhabitants died. It is conceivable that these forts were treated in a similar way. Perhaps the burning of the wall was a ceremonial act of closure. When a site was to be abandoned, or when a ruler died, the fort was killed by fire. The transformation of the stone, the spectacle of the glowing red ramparts illuminating the night sky, and the permanent alteration of the landscape could have served a powerful symbolic purpose. The visual impact of such an event cannot be overstated. Imagine standing in the valley below Taponoth on a moonless night in the year 200 before Common Era. High above, the crown of the hill begins to glow. The fire takes hold, not just as a flicker, but as a roaring inferno that traces the outline of the summit. The heat is so intense that the rocks themselves begin to bleed liquid fire. The beacon would be visible for miles, a statement of power or transition that the entire community would witness. The result would be a monument that remained forever changed, a jagged, glassy scar on the hill that would remind future generations of the event. The distribution of these forts adds another layer to the puzzle. While Scotland is the epicenter, with over 60 confirmed sites, examples are found elsewhere. They appear in France, particularly in Brittany and the Massif Central, where they are known as camps brûlés or burnt camps. They are found in Germany, Hungary, and even as far as Portugal. This wide geographic spread implies that the technology of timber lacing was common across Europe, and therefore the potential for this specific type of ruin was universally present wherever this building technique met with fire. It suggests a shared architectural tradition among the Celtic peoples and their neighbors, a common engineering language that carried with it the inherent risk or the inherent potential for vitrification. The site of Finnavon in Angus provides further detailed evidence. Excavations here in the 20th century revealed a wall that was originally perhaps 20 feet thick and at least 12 feet high. The vitrification at Finnavon is heavy, with large masses of conglomerate rock fused together. The heat was sufficient to boil the soil beneath the foundations. What is striking at Finnavon is the evidence of domestic occupation within the fort. These were not just empty refuges used only in times of war, they were settlements. People lived here, worked metal here, and kept livestock. The burning of the fort would have been a catastrophic disruption to a thriving community. This lends weight to the warfare theory, suggesting a violent end to the habitation. However, we must also consider the accidental hypothesis. Could a simple house fire within the fort spread to the ramparts? If the timber lacing was exposed, a domestic fire fanned by strong winds could theoretically ignite the wall. Yet, the scale of vitrification often seems too total for an accidental blaze. A chance fire would likely burn out in one section, or fail to penetrate the deep core of the wall where the oxygen supply is limited. To achieve the complete fusion seen at the best preserved sites, the fire needs to be incredibly hot and sustained, conditions that are hard to replicate by accident. Modern mineralogical studies have shown that the process creates new minerals within the slag. When the original rock melts, the chemical bonds break down and reform. We see the formation of minerals like cordierite and spinel, which are typically associated with high-grade metamorphic rocks or contact metamorphism around magma chambers. The presence of these minerals confirms the extreme temperatures reached. Researchers have also found that the addition of certain fluxes, perhaps accidental or intentional, could lower the melting point of the stone. Seaweed, rich in alkali or bone ash, could theoretically act as a flux, but there is little evidence to suggest these were added systematically. The walls themselves were marvels of dry stone engineering before they were burned. The timber framework was essential. It allowed for vertical walls that were stable despite the lack of mortar. The horizontal beams tied the inner and outer faces together, preventing the outward bursting that often destroys simple rubble walls. The spaces between the stones allowed for drainage, keeping the structure dry. It was a sophisticated system, widely used and highly effective. The burning of such a wall essentially fossilized the internal structure. In some vitrified masses, we can see the hollow casts where the beams once lay, perfectly preserved negatives of the square-cut timbers. These casts allow archaeologists to reconstruct the dimensions of the wood used, often revealing the use of mature oak, a valuable resource that represents a significant investment of the landscape's natural capital. The effort required to build these forts was immense. It involved the coordination of large labor forces, the extraction of thousands of tons of stone, and the felling of hundreds of trees. To see such a monumental effort end in destruction is sobering. If it was an act of war, it speaks to the totality of ancient conflict. If it was ritual, it speaks to a value system where the tangible product of labor was less important than the intangible need for symbolic closure. Let us look closer at the Langwell Fort in Sutherland. Here, the vitrified rampart encloses a small area, and the location is somewhat hidden, tucked away, rather than prominently displayed. This challenges the idea that the burning was always a public spectacle. In this secluded spot, the vitrification might have been a more private act, or perhaps the result of a surprise attack where the burning went unwitnessed by the wider population. The variability in location and size of these forts prevents a single, blanket explanation. What held true for the massive citadel of Taponoth might not apply to the smaller Dunlegade. Scientific interest in these structures has not waned. In recent years, non-invasive techniques like ground-penetrating radar have been used to look inside the walls without dismantling them. These scans reveal the extent of the burn, showing how the heat plume traveled through the structure. They show that often the vitrification is strongest at the top of the wall, supporting the idea of a chimney effect where the heat rose and concentrated in the upper courses of the stonework. This would be consistent with the burning of a timber-laced wall, where the draft pulls the fire upward. The phenomenon also touches on the broader mystery of the Dark Ages in Scotland, particularly the Pictish period. Many of these forts were occupied or reoccupied during the time of the Picts. The relationship between these enigmatic people and the vitrified forts is a subject of ongoing research. Did the Picts build them, or did they simply inhabit the ruins left by earlier ancestors? The dating evidence suggests a continuity, implying that the technique of timber lacing and the fires that consumed it spanned the transition from the pre-Roman Iron Age into the early medieval period. One intriguing aspect is the lack of human remains associated with the destruction layers. If these forts were burned during violent assaults, we might expect to find bodies trapped in the debris. Their absence is notable. It could imply that the forts were evacuated before the fire, either fleeing an approaching army or leaving voluntarily before a ritual burning. It suggests a structured event rather than a chaotic slaughter within the walls. The texture of the landscape around these forts is also worth noting. These hills are often bleak, exposed places. The wind howls across the summits, stripping away vegetation. The presence of a vitrified fort adds a layer of surrealism to the environment. The black, twisted stone contrasts sharply with the green and brown of the turf and heather. It looks like industrial waste dumped in a pristine wilderness. This incongruity is part of what makes them so fascinating. They are scars of civilization in places that have largely returned to nature. We must also consider the role of the geology itself in the selection of the site. Did the builders know that certain stones would melt? It is unlikely they anticipated the vitrification during the construction phase if the goal was a standard wall. However, if the vitrification was a known possible outcome of destruction, did that influence their choice of stone? Probably not. They used what was available. The fact that we find vitrification in forts built of sandstone, granite, and conglomerate shows that the phenomenon was driven by the timber and the fire, not the specific type of rock, although the rock type determined the final appearance of the glass. In some European examples, the vitrification is patchy, suggesting failed attempts or partial fires. In Hungary, for example, the traces are less dramatic than the massive fused ramparts of Scotland. This might indicate regional variations in the amount of timber used or the specific design of the wall. The Scottish examples seem to represent the most extreme manifestation of the phenomenon, perhaps due to the abundance of timber in the ancient Caledonian forests and the specific cultural practices of the tribes inhabiting the region. The narrative of the vitrified forts is written in the language of heat and stone. It is a story of construction and deconstruction, of solid matter turning to liquid. It challenges our linear view of progress, showing us that ancient people possess the capacity to alter their environment in drastic ways. Whether these melted walls were the ultimate defense, the tragic result of conquest, or a sacred offering to the gods of the sky and earth, they remain as silent witnesses to a time when fire was a tool of immense power. The enduring question is not just how they did it, but why the practice was so widespread and then why it vanished. The technique of timberlacing eventually fell out of favor, replaced by other building methods. As the timber-laced wall disappeared, so too did the vitrified fort. The specific combination of materials and circumstances that allowed for this geological alchemy ceased to exist. The knowledge of how to build these walls, and perhaps the knowledge of how to destroy them so completely, was lost to the drift of time. Visiting these sites today requires effort. It involves climbing steep paths, battling the elements, and standing in the wind on high, lonely peaks. But the reward is a direct connection to a mystery that science has explained but not fully solved. We know the chemistry, we know the physics, and we have replicated the mechanism. But the human motivation, the why that drove people to drag endless tons of wood and stone up a mountain only to see it end in a molten heap, remains just out of reach. As we look at the fused blocks of Dunmac Sneerchen or the scorched ramparts of Caradale, we are seeing the frozen residue of a fierce energy. We are looking at the moment where the ambition of Iron Age builders met the destructive power of fire. The stone remembers the heat. It has locked the memory of that inferno into its crystal structure, preserving it for millennia. It serves as a reminder that the past was not a quiet place of simple survival, but a dynamic era of grand engineering, violent conflict, and perhaps profound ritual beliefs that we can only glimpse through the darkened glass of these melted walls. The silence that now hangs over these forts is heavy with the weight of that history. The fires have long since burned out. The smoke has cleared. The people who built them and the people who burned them are gone. All that remains is the stone, twisted and fused, keeping its secret on the cold, high hills. The vitrified forts stand as a testament to the intensity of the ancient world, a physical imprint of a heat that was hot enough to melt the earth itself. They are monuments to a forgotten technology and a forgotten intent, enduring in the landscape like riddles carved in rock. The investigation continues, with each new generation of archaeologists bringing fresh tools to the task. Isotope analysis, advanced dating methods, and digital reconstruction are peeling back the layers of time. Yet, the core wonder remains. The image of a stone fortress turning to liquid on a mountaintop is one that stays with us. It captures the imagination because it transforms the permanent into the transient. Rock is supposed to be the symbol of stability, yet here it has flowed like water. This transubstantiation of the landscape is the true legacy of the vitrified forts. There is a calmness in observing these violent remnants now. They have settled into the earth, covered in moss and lichen. The glass has dulled. The sharp edges have softened. They have become part of the hill. But scratch the surface or break open a seemingly ordinary rock, and the dark, vitreous heart is revealed. The evidence is undeniable. Something extraordinary happened here. Something that required the mobilization of an entire society and the release of energy on an industrial scale. The vitrified forts differ from the brocks, those towering dry stone cooling towers of the north, which relied on intricate masonry and hollow walls for stability. The vitrified fort relied on the hybrid strength of wood and stone, a composite material that proved to be its own undoing. While the brocks often collapsed or were dismantled stone by stone, the vitrified forts were chemically altered. They did not just fall down, they changed state. This distinction makes them unique in the archaeological record of Britain. As we consider the timeline, from the early experiments of the first millennium before Common Era to the later examples in the early historic period, we see a persistence of tradition. The knowledge that stone can burn, if built in this way, must have been common knowledge. It would have been a known risk of building a timber-laced wall. Therefore, the decision to continue building them implies that the benefits, structural stability, height, impressiveness, outweighed the risk of total thermal destruction. Or, it implies that the destruction was so ritually important that the building was designed to be burnable from the start. In the quiet corners of the Scottish glens, where the modern world feels distant, these melted stones are the only surviving documents of these events. They do not contain writing, they do not have dates carved into them, but their very existence is a text that can be read by those willing to look closely. They tell of forests felled, of stones quarried, of fires lit, and of a heat so great it mimicked the forces of creation. The vitrified forts are not just ruins, they are alchemical artifacts, residues of a time when the boundaries between the natural rock and the human will were blurred by fire. The journey to understand them is a journey into the mind of the Iron Age. It requires us to set aside our modern notions of efficiency and logic and to consider a world where the symbolic and the practical were intertwined. A world where a wall was not just a defense, but a statement, and where its destruction was not just a defeat, but a transformation. The melted stone walls stand as a bridge to that lost world, a rugged, glassy path leading back into the mists of antiquity. Deep in the heart of the Anatolian plateau, surrounded by the craggy ridges of central Turkey, a singular object rests amidst the wreckage of a fallen empire. It is a block of stone, roughly cubic in shape, possessing a deep, lustrous green hue that stands in stark defiance of the dusty grey limestone and basalt that characterize the surrounding ruins. This is the green stone of Hattusa. It sits within the precinct of the Great Temple, a silent anomaly that has survived the collapse of the Hittite civilization, the fires of destruction, and the erosion of 3 millennia. It is polished smooth, inviting the touch, and for decades visitors and archaeologists alike have paused before it, struck by its distinctness. There is no other stone like it in the entire sprawling archaeological site, and its purpose remains entirely unknown. To understand the enigma of this green monolith, we must first place ourselves within the physical reality of Hattusa, the capital of the Hittites. This was a city of power, a metropolis that rivaled Thebes and Babylon during the late Bronze Age. Today, the site is a vast open-air museum near the village of Boğazkale. The terrain is steep and rocky, a landscape that demanded ingenuity to conquer. The Hittites terraced the hillsides, built massive ramparts, and constructed gates guarded by lions and sphinxes. In the lower city, the Great Temple, dedicated to the storm god Teshub and the sun goddess of Arina, dominated the view. It is here, in the shadow of these vanished deities, that the green stone resides. The stone itself is a block of serpentinite, or possibly nephrite, a material that is not native to the immediate vicinity of the city. Its surface is incredibly smooth, worn down not just by the elements, but by the hands of countless people over thousands of years. It measures roughly 70 centimeters on each side, though it is not a perfect cube. The corners are rounded, the edges soft. When the sun beats down on the dry Anatolian plains, the stone remains cool to the touch, a thermal property that adds to its mystique. In a landscape dominated by rough, porous rock, this dense, waxy green solid feels alien. It looks like a gem that has been expanded to the size of an altar. Archaeologists have scrutinized every inch of its surface for a clue. They have looked for the faint scratching of a cuneiform wedge or the raised relief of a Luwian hieroglyph. They have searched for the sockets that might indicate it held a statue, or the channels that might suggest it was used for liquid offerings. They have found nothing. The stone is blank. It is a mute object in a city that was once famous for its archives, for its thousands of clay tablets that recorded everything from royal treaties to horse training manuals. The silence of the green stone is its most defining feature. In a culture that obsessively documented its rituals and laws, this prominent object was left without a label. The location of the stone offers the primary context for speculation. It sits in what is known as Temple 1, the largest religious structure in the city. The temple complex was a massive undertaking surrounded by storerooms and magazines that held the wealth of the empire. These long, narrow rooms once contained large ceramic pithoi, giant jars filled with grain, oil, and wine. The green stone lies in an area that would have been accessible, yet significant. It is not hidden away in a back room, nor is it placed centrally in the Holy of Holies where the divine statues would have stood. It occupies a space that suggests it was meant to be seen and perhaps touched, but not worshipped as the primary deity itself. One prevailing theory suggests that the stone was a religious fetish or a cult object, known in Hittite texts as a Huasi stone. The Hittite religion was polytheistic and inclusive, often described as the religion of 1,000 gods. They absorbed the deities of the lands they conquered, creating a complex pantheon. Within this system, natural objects often served as focal points for the divine. Mountains, springs, and rocks were venerated. A Huasi stone could represent a deity, serving as a placeholder for the god's presence when a statue was not available, or as a specific type of altar. However, Huasi stones described in the texts are usually steles or upright slabs, sometimes carved with reliefs. The cubic, unadorned nature of the green stone does not perfectly fit the textual descriptions of these cult steles, leaving the identification open to debate. Another hypothesis looks to the geopolitical connections of the Hittite Empire. In the 13th century, before Common Era, the Hittites and the Egyptians were the two superpowers of the Near East. They fought a massive chariot battle at Kadesh in the year 1274. Following years of stalemate, they eventually signed the world's first recorded peace treaty. This era of diplomacy saw the exchange of royal letters and precious gifts between the Hittite king Hattusa III and the Egyptian pharaoh Ramses II. Queen Puduhepa, the wife of Hattusa, also corresponded with Queen Nefertari. It has been suggested that the green stone was a diplomatic gift from Egypt to Hattusa. Nephrite and serpentinite were valued in Egypt, and the craftsmanship of the block, with its precise shaping and polishing, could reflect Egyptian lapidary skills. If it was a gift, it might have been placed in the temple as a symbol of the peace and the bond between the two great houses. It would have been a foreign treasure, displayed to show the reach and influence of the Hittite crown. The visual impact of the stone supports the idea that it was a prestige object. The color green had significance in the ancient world, often associated with life, regeneration, and water. In the arid environment of central Anatolia, a large, permanent block of deep green stone might have symbolized the enduring fertility of the land or the benevolence of the gods. The stone's smoothness suggests it was touched frequently, perhaps as a gesture of reverence or a superstition for good luck. Even today, tourists instinctively reach out to stroke the stone, continuing a tactile relationship that may have begun 3,000 years ago. Despite its prominence, the green stone was curiously ignored by the early excavators in their reports. The systematic excavation of Hattusa began in the year 1906 under Hugo Winkler and the German Archaeological Institute. Winkler was primarily interested in the clay tablets, the archives that would unlock the history of the Hittites. The architectural features and the loose stones were secondary to the texts. It is possible that in the scramble to decipher the language and map the palaces, the green stone was simply noted as a curiosity and bypassed. It was not until later, as the understanding of Hittite material culture deepened, that the uniqueness of the block became a subject of focused inquiry. We must also consider the possibility that the stone had a functional purpose that is now lost. Could it have been a base for a specific type of furniture or equipment? Some have speculated it was a podium for a throne, used during religious festivals when the king, who served as the high priest, visited the temple. Yet, the top surface shows no wear patterns or attachment points that would secure a chair. Others have guessed it might be a standard of weight or measure, a reference block kept in the temple precinct to ensure fair trade. But its shape is irregular enough to cast doubt on it being a precise scientific standard. The material itself, serpentinite, is a metamorphic rock formed at low temperatures in the presence of water. It is relatively soft compared to granite, which makes it carvable, but it is also durable. The specific geology of the Hattusa region includes ophiolite complexes where such rocks could be found, but the quality of this specific block is exceptionally high. It does not have the cracks or veins of impurities common in lower-grade serpentinite. This implies it was selected with great care, perhaps quarried from a distant source and transported with significant effort to the capital. The logistics of moving such a heavy, dense block in the Bronze Age would have required sledges, oxen, and a coordinated workforce, confirming its high value to the builders. The mystery is compounded by the fate of Hattusa itself. Around the year 1190. Before Common Era, the city was destroyed, the royal citadel was burned, the temples were looted, and the empire fractured. In the chaos of the Bronze Age collapse, many precious objects were stolen or smashed. Statues of gods, often made of precious metals or plated with gold, were carried off. The greenstone, however, remained. It was likely too heavy to be easily looted and possessed no intrinsic material value like gold or silver that could be melted down. It was left behind, a survivor of the catastrophe. It witnessed the fires that baked the clay tablets into permanence and the abandonment of the city to the elements. For centuries after the fall of the Hittites, the site was largely uninhabited. The stone sat in the overgrown ruins, subjected to the rain and the wind. It was not until the rediscovery of the city in the 19th century that it re-entered the human story. Today, it sits in a reconstructed environment. The archaeologists have consolidated the walls of the magazines and cleared the temple precinct. The greenstone is now a highlight for visitors, a tangible link to the past that is more accessible than the abstract ruins of walls and foundations. There is a local legend, often repeated by guides, that the stone is a meteorite. This idea appeals to the imagination, a rock from the stars, worshipped by the ancients. However, geological analysis has firmly ruled this out. It is terrestrial in origin. It lacks the characteristic fusion crust, the iron-nickel content, and the density of a meteorite. It is a stone of the earth, born from the shifting of tectonic plates, not the void of space. Yet, the persistence of the meteorite myth speaks to the human need to assign a cosmic significance to such a strange object. We want it to be otherworldly because it looks so out of place. Let us explore the religious landscape of the Hittites more deeply to see if we can find a niche for this object. The Hittites were deeply concerned with purity and pollution. Rituals often involved washing, scrubbing, and the separation of the clean from the unclean. The smooth, non-porous nature of the greenstone would have made it easy to clean. It could have been used in purification ceremonies, perhaps as a surface where offerings were prepared or where ritual implements were placed before being used. Its color, reminiscent of deep water, might have linked it to the chthonic deities, the gods of the dark earth and the underground waters, who were an essential part of the Hittite cosmology. The Great Temple was not just a church, it was an economic hub. The temple owned land, livestock, and workshops. It employed thousands of people. The magazines surrounding the temple were the banks and warehouses of the state. In this context, the greenstone might have had a role in the administration of the temple economy. Could it have been a swearing stone? In many ancient cultures, oaths were taken by touching a sacred object. Contracts, treaties, and legal testimonies might have been finalized by laying hands on the greenstone, invoking the gods to witness the truth of the words spoken. The durability of the stone would symbolize the unbreakable nature of the oath. The artistry of the Hittites is usually characterized by a certain blockiness and power. Their sculpture is monumental, often integrated into the architecture. The Sphinx Gate and the Lion Gate are prime examples, massive figures emerging from the stone blocks of the city walls. The greenstone represents a different aesthetic. It is abstract, geometric, and relies on the beauty of the material rather than representational carving. This minimalism is rare in Hittite art, which usually favored figural representation of gods and kings. This anomaly might suggest that the stone predates the Hittite Empire, a relic from an earlier Hatti culture that was incorporated into the Hittite sanctuary, or that it represents a foreign artistic influence that did not take root elsewhere. As we walk through the ruins of the lower city today, the layout of the Great Temple is still visible. We can see the limestone blocks that formed the foundation of the massive walls. We can trace the outline of the courtyard, and there, slightly off-center, sits the green block. It is unguarded. There is no glass case around it. It is exposed to the same air that the Hittite kings breathed. This accessibility allows for a personal connection. When you stand next to it, you can see the reflection of the sky on its polished upper face. You can see the minor chips and scratches that mar its edges, the scars of 3,000 years of history. The lack of inscription is the most frustrating aspect for historians. The Hittites were capable of carving hard stone. They left reliefs on rock faces across Anatolia, at sites like Yazilikaya, just a short walk from Hattusa. There, the gods are carved in procession on the limestone cliffs. Why leave this prime surface blank? Perhaps the stone was covered in paint or gold leaf that has since vanished. Perhaps it was wrapped in textiles. Or perhaps the stone itself was considered so perfect, so charged with inherent power, that to carve into it would have been a sacrilege. The material was the message. In the broader context of the Near East, sacred stones were common. The Benben stone in Egypt, the omphalos in Greece, the black stone of the Kaaba, all represent the idea of a focal point where the divine intersects with the mundane. The green stone of Hattusa fits into this tradition of aniconic worship, where the deity is represented not by an image, but by an abstract form. If it was dedicated to the sun goddess of Arina, a major deity of the Hittite state, it serves as a grounded counterpoint to her celestial nature. She was the queen of the lands, and this heavy, rooted block could symbolize her dominion over the physical earth. The stone's survival is also a testament to its hardness. Limestone crumbles, sandstone erodes, mud brick dissolves, but serpentinite is tough. It resists the freeze-thaw cycles of the harsh Anatolian winters. While the walls around it have fallen and been reconstructed by archaeologists, the green stone retains its original integrity. It is one of the few things in Hattusa that looks exactly as it did when Suppiluliuma I walked these pavements. It offers a direct visual link to the height of the empire, unmediated by reconstruction or decay. Consider the sensory experience of the Hittite worshipper. They would enter the temple complex, passing through the massive gateways, the air filled with the smell of incense and roasting meat from the sacrifices. They would hear the chanting of priests and the sound of sistra. And there, amidst the bustling activity of the temple courtyard, they would see this quiet, green anchor. In a world of bright colors, temples were often painted. The deep, dark green would have stood out. It would have drawn the eye. It would have been a place of stillness in the center of the imperial machine. Recent studies in the mineralogy of the region have attempted to pinpoint the exact quarry source. While general areas of serpentinite are known, the specific outcrop that yielded this flawless block has not been identified. This suggests that the quarry might have been exhausted in antiquity, or that it was a very small, exclusive deposit reserved for the gods. The effort to find the source is part of the ongoing attempt to map the supply chains of the Hittite world, to understand how they moved resources across their rugged terrain. The theories regarding the stone continue to evolve. Some modern scholars have moved away from the religious interpretation and looked at astronomical alignments. Does the stone align with a specific star or the rising sun on a solstice? While the temple itself is oriented, the stone's position does not seem to align with any major astronomical event in a way that would suggest it was an observatory device. It seems more grounded in the ritual geography of the temple than in the mechanics of the heavens. There is also the possibility that the stone is unfinished. Perhaps it was brought to the temple to be carved into a statue or a basin, but the work was never started. Maybe the empire fell, or priorities shifted, before the master craftsman could begin. If this is true, we are looking at a blank canvas, a potential masterpiece that remained a raw block. However, the high degree of polish contradicts this. You do not polish a stone that you intend to carve away. The polish is the final step. Therefore, the block as we see it was the finished product. The green stone also serves as a reminder of the limits of archaeology. We can dig, we can measure, we can date, and we can analyze. But without a text, without a voice from the past to explain, we are left with interpretation. The stone is a mirror for our own ideas about the past. We project our desire for mystery, for ritual, for meaning onto it. It forces us to acknowledge that there are parts of the human story that are irretrievably lost. We know what it is, a block of serpentinite. We know where it is, the great temple of Hattusa. But we will likely never know why it is. The silence of the green stone is amplified by the vastness of the landscape around it. Hattusa is built on a high ridge, overlooking a valley that stretches to the horizon. The wind is constant here. It whistles through the empty window frames of the reconstructed walls. Standing by the stone, one feels the isolation of this place. It is far from the modern cities, far from the trade routes of today. It is a ghost city, and the green stone is its most enigmatic resident. Let us return to the idea of the wish stone. This is how it is treated today. Visitors touch it and make a wish. It is a modern ritual superimposed on an ancient object, but it speaks to a universal human impulse. We want to connect with something older and more permanent than ourselves. We want to believe that the stone holds some power, some memory. In doing so, we are perhaps not so different from the Hittites who might have touched it for luck or blessing 3,000 years ago. The gesture remains the same, only the context has changed. The juxtaposition of the green stone with the famous lion gate of Hattusa is instructive. The lions are fierce, guarding the city with open mouths and staring eyes. They are explicit symbols of protection and power. They shout their purpose. The green stone, by contrast, whispers. It does not threaten. It does not guard, it simply exists. This passive presence suggests a different kind of power, one that is internal, containment, rather than projection. If the lions represent the military might of the Hittite army, the green stone might represent the spiritual reserve of the Hittite priesthood. In the archives found at Hattusa, there are texts that describe the festivals of the Hittite calendar. These were elaborate, multi-day events involving processions, meals, and sacrifices. The king would travel from temple to temple, performing the necessary rites to keep the cosmos in order. It is almost certain that the green stone played a role in these festivals. Perhaps it was the station where the king paused to purify his hands. Perhaps it was the spot where the sacred bread was broken. The texts mention various holy places within the temple: the hearth, the place of the diorite vessel, the place of the gods. The green stone could be any of these, or none. The labels in the texts are difficult to map onto the physical ruins with 100% certainty. The texture of the stone is distinct from the basalt used in other parts of the site. Basalt is porous and grey-black. It was used for foundations and reliefs. The green stone is dense and metamorphic. This material contrast was intentional. The builders wanted this object to be different. They wanted it to be seen as separate from the structure of the building itself. It is a piece of furniture, not a piece of architecture. As the sun sets over Boazkale, the shadows lengthen across the ruins of the lower city. The limestone turns a warm gold, but the green stone remains dark, absorbing the light. It seems to withdraw into itself. The crowds leave, and the site returns to the silence that has held it for millennia. In this quiet, the stone feels ancient in a way that the reconstructed walls do not. It is a piece of the deep earth brought to the surface and shaped by human hands, a bridge between the geological time of the planet and the historical time of the empire. We must also consider the role of color psychology in the ancient world. Green was not just a color, it was a substance. In Egyptian art, green skin on a god like Osiris signified resurrection. In Mesopotamia, green stones were used for cylinder seals to ensure protection. The Hittites, sitting at the crossroads of these cultures, would have shared these associations. The choice of green was a choice for life, for water, for endurance. It was a rejection of the dry, dusty death of the desert. The green stone of Hattusa is a puzzle piece that doesn't fit the picture we have constructed. It is too big to be a small find, too small to be a building, too plain to be a statue, too finished to be raw material. It occupies the liminal space between all our categories, and perhaps that is its value. It reminds us that the past was complex, that it contained objects and practices that do not neatly align with our textbooks. It defies the simple labels of altar or throne. It is simply itself. When we think of the Hittites, we think of iron and chariots, of treaties and kings. We think of a civilization of war and diplomacy. But the green stone asks us to think of them differently, to think of them as people who appreciated the cool touch of polished stone, who valued the aesthetic of a pure, unadorned form, and who placed a block of green mystery in the center of their holiest place. It adds a layer of subtlety to their brutal reputation. The enduring legacy of the greenstone is its ability to provoke wonder. In an age where we have mapped the genome and photographed the edges of the universe, a simple block of stone in a Turkish field can still stop us in our tracks. It resists our explanations. It keeps its secrets. It demands that we look and touch and wonder, but it promises no answers. It is a closed door in the house of history, a beautiful, green, impenetrable barrier that separates us from the minds of the people who placed it there. In the end, the green stone of Hattusa stands as a monument to the unknown. It is a physical manifestation of the gaps in our knowledge. It is a reminder that for all our digging and deciphering, there are things that the earth swallows up and things that the earth preserves, but strips of meaning. The stone remains, a silent witness to the rise and fall of a great power, indifferent to the questions we ask of it, cool to the touch, and perfectly, maddeningly green. It endures not because of what we know about it, but because of what we don't. It is the ultimate artifact of mystery, a solid, tangible question mark left behind by the Hittite Empire for the future to ponder. The substance is soft enough to mark with a fingernail. It is a brilliant, dusty white, composed of the compressed skeletons of microscopic marine creatures that drifted down to an ancient seabed millions of years ago. This is chalk, the defining geological feature of the Yorkshire Wolds in northern England. From this porous, friable rock, an artist living 5,000 years ago carved 3 cylinders that have become some of the most perplexing and exquisite objects of the British Neolithic. They are known as the Folkton chalk drums. They are not drums in the musical sense. They are solid blocks of stone, incapable of producing a beat. Yet they resonate with a different kind of frequency, transmitting a complex code of geometry and symbolism from the late Stone Age directly into the hands of modern science. The 3 cylinders vary in size, like a set of nesting dolls that do not actually nest. The largest measures just over 4 inches in diameter, while the smallest is roughly 3 inches. They were found together, clustered in a way that suggests a hierarchy or a specific relationship between the forms. Despite their age, the carvings upon them remain crisp, protected by the earth that held them for 5 millennia. They are decorated with a proficiency that implies a long tradition of wood or bone carving, skills transferred here to the soft stone. The designs are linear and geometric, consisting of lozenges, chevrons, and concentric circles that wrap around the curvature of the cylinders. These patterns are not random, they are executed with a precision that hints at a mathematical understanding or a rigid artistic canon. In the year 1889, the scholar and canon William Greenwell undertook the excavation that would bring these objects to light. He was digging into a round barrow, a burial mound at Folkton Wold, North Yorkshire. The barrow was a monument to the dead, a raised earthwork designed to be seen from the surrounding landscape. Within this mound, Greenwell discovered a grave. It was not the grave of a powerful chieftain or a revered elder, but the final resting place of a child. The skeleton belonged to a youngster, aged perhaps 5 or 6 years. The bones were tucked into a crouched position, a common posture for burials of the time. Positioned just behind the child's head, as if placed there to watch over the sleep of the deceased, were the 3 chalk cylinders. The placement is intimate. It suggests that these objects were significant to the identity or the protection of the child. They were not scattered, they were grouped. This tenderness in deposition contrasts with the rigorous, almost cold precision of the carvings. The drums are divided into panels by raised ridges, and within these panels, the artist incised deep, confident lines. On the top of each drum, there are concentric circles, rippling out from the center like waves in a pond. The sides feature stylized representations that have been interpreted in many ways, but most consistently as faces. These are not portraits in the realistic sense. They are abstractions. A pair of circles or spirals often denotes eyes, sometimes framed by eyebrows formed from grooved lines. There is no mouth, no nose, just the watchful gaze of the oculi. This specific motif, the stare, connects the Folkton drums to a wider artistic language found across Neolithic Europe and the Atlantic facade, where eye idols or statue menhirs feature similar prominent eyes. It creates the sensation that the object is looking back at the viewer, or perhaps, in the darkness of the grave, looking out for the spirit of the child. For over a century after their discovery, the drums were viewed primarily as art, unique, beautiful, but functionally inert. They were categorized as grave goods, items of wealth or ritual significance intended to accompany the dead into the afterlife. The material, chalk, is inherently fragile. It cannot withstand heavy wear. This led to the assumption that they were made specifically for the burial, carved to be buried, never to be used in the world of the living. The pristine nature of the carvings supports this. There is little sign of the abrasion that would come from daily handling. However, recent analysis has challenged the idea that they were purely symbolic. In the year 2018, Professor Ann Tether and Professor Andrew Chamberlain proposed a theory that shifted the perspective from art history to mathematics and engineering. They measured the circumference of the drums with modern digital precision. What they found was a correlation that seemed too exact to be accidental. The circumferences of the three drums relate to each other in fixed increments. If you take a piece of cord and wrap it around the smallest drum 10 times, the length of that cord aligns with a specific unit of measurement. This unit, dubbed the long foot, measures 10.8 inches. This discovery opens a window into the practical intellect of the Neolithic builders. The era when these drums were made, around the year 3000 before Common Era, was a time of colossal construction projects. This was the age when the great stone circles and henges were being laid out across the British Isles. Stonehenge, Avebury, and the Ring of Brodgar all required sophisticated surveying. To build a perfect circle, or to align stones with the solstices, the builders needed a standard unit of measure. They could not rely on the varying length of a human stride or a forearm. They needed a constant. The Folkton drums, according to this hypothesis, could be reference standards. They were the rulers of the Stone Age. Because chalk is soft and wears away, you would not use the drum itself to measure a field. Instead, you would use the drum to calibrate a working tool, likely a cord or a wooden rod. By winding a string around the drum a set number of times, a surveyor could create a measuring line of a precise, standardized length. This length could then be distributed to different work crews, ensuring that a monument built in Yorkshire followed the same spatial logic as one built in Wiltshire. The drums were the master copies, the platinum kilograms of their day, kept safe and perhaps sacred. The fact that they were buried with a child adds a poignant layer to this functional theory. If these objects held the secret knowledge of measurement, the key to architectural order, their burial might signify the death of a lineage or the transmission of that knowledge to the ancestors. Alternatively, the child might have been a special individual, born into a family of high-status surveyors or architects, inheriting the tools of the trade, even if they did not live long enough to use them. The artistic style of the drums links them to a type of pottery known as grooved ware. This pottery style originated in Orkney, in the far north of Scotland, and spread rapidly southwards across Britain. It is characterized by similar geometric incisions, flat-bottomed grooves cut into the clay. The connection suggests a shared cultural movement, a flow of ideas and aesthetics that traveled hundreds of miles. The people of Folkton Wold were not isolated. They were part of a network that shared designs, beliefs, and technologies. The drums are a manifestation of this shared culture, translated from clay into the local white stone. In the year 2015, a discovery was made that revolutionized the context of the Folkton finds. Just 15 miles away from Folkton, at a place called Burton Agnes, archaeologists unearthed another chalk drum. This one was found in a similar context, the grave of 3 children. The Burton Agnes drum is slightly older than the Folkton examples, dating to roughly the same period, but stylistically bridging the gap between earlier artistic forms and the Folkton designs. It is even more elaborately decorated, covered in a profusion of motifs that include the familiar spirals and lozenges, but arranged in a more dense, almost chaotic pattern. The discovery of the Burton Agnes drum proved that the Folkton drums were not a singular, eccentric anomaly. They were part of a tradition. There was a practice in this region of Yorkshire of carving these cylinders and burying them with children. The Burton Agnes drum also features a handle or a raised loop on the top, a feature that has largely worn away or was stylized differently on the Folkton examples. This loop resembles the shape of a wrist guard, a piece of equipment used by archers to protect their arm from the recoil of the bowstring. This visual reference connects the drums to the world of hunting and warfare, even if the drums themselves served a different purpose. The surface of the chalk tells us about the tools used to work it. The cuts are V-shaped or U-shaped in profile, made with sharp blades of flint or obsidian. The artist would have needed a steady hand and a clear vision. One slip of the flint would scar the soft chalk permanently. There are no erasures. The composition had to be planned out in advance, wrapping perfectly around the circumference so that the design met up seamlessly. This requires a grasp of spatial geometry. The artist had to mentally flatten the cylinder to lay out the pattern, then execute it on the three-dimensional form. Let us return to the faces. On the Folkton drums, the eyebrows and eyes are formed by the negative space and the deep grooves. Some interpretations see these not as human faces, but as the faces of owls. The barn owl, a bird of the night, white and ghostly, hunting over the chalk grasslands, would have been a familiar neighbor to the Neolithic people. The heart-shaped face of the owl, its large staring eyes, and its association with darkness and death make it a compelling candidate for the imagery. If these are owl faces, the drums become totems of the nocturnal journey, guides for the child through the dark passage of death. The long foot measurement found in the drums corresponds to units of length detected at Stonehenge. The Sarsen circle at Stonehenge, the massive outer ring of stones, has a diameter that is a multiple of this unit. This implies that the standard of measure preserved in the Yorkshire chalk was valid and used in the construction of the most famous monument in the south of England. It suggests a unified intellectual culture across the island. The people of the late Neolithic were not just dragging stones, they were applying a standardized system of mathematics to the landscape. They were imposing order on the chaos of nature. The fragility of the chalk is a paradox. Why craft a measuring standard, a tool of precision, out of a material that degrades so easily? Perhaps the choice of material was symbolic. Chalk is the bones of the land. It is the white bedrock that lies beneath the soil. By carving the standard into the chalk, the builders were grounding their measurements in the earth itself. Or perhaps the fragility was the point. These were not the everyday working tools. These were the ceremonial equivalents, the Sunday best versions of the wooden or bone measuring cylinders that were used on construction sites. Those durable working versions have rotted away, leaving us only with the pristine, ritual copies buried in the grave. The concentric circles on the tops of the drums are often compared to solar or lunar motifs. They resemble the ripples of water, or the rings of a tree, or the halos around the sun and moon. In a society that was deeply attuned to the movements of the celestial bodies, these circles could function as calendars or horological diagrams. However, without a clear marking system or a moving part, their use as a calculator is speculative. It is more likely that the circle represented the concept of cycles, the cycle of the seasons, the cycle of life and death, the cycle of the sun. The burial at Folkton Wold was located in a landscape that was already ancient by the time the drums were carved. The wolds are dotted with earlier long barrows and causewayed enclosures. The people who buried the child were living amongst the monuments of their ancestors. They were adding to a layered history. The placement of the drums was an act of communication with the past and the future. They were depositing their most sophisticated intellectual concepts, geometry, measurement, art, into the ground, anchoring the child to the culture of the living. There is a tactile quality to the drums that cannot be ignored. They fit in the hand. They are heavy, dense, and cool. The size of the smallest drum is perfect for a child's hand, while the largest fits a grown adult's grip. This scaling might reflect the growth of the individual or the different generations of a family. The tactile nature suggests they were meant to be held, perhaps passed around during storytelling or ritual instruction before they were committed to the grave. The geometric art on the drums is not merely decorative, it is entrancing. The chevrons and lozenges create optical effects, leading the eye around and around the cylinder. There is no beginning and no end to the pattern. This continuous loop is a fitting symbol for eternity. In the flickering light of a fire, the deep grooves would cast moving black lines, animating the stone. The static object would appear to shift and rotate. This dynamic visual impact would have heightened the sense of the object's power. When we consider the absence of writing in this period, we must look to objects like these as the texts of the time. They are documents. The code is not alphabetic, but geometric. The information is stored in the ratios, the numbers of lines, the specific combinations of shapes. The fact that we cannot fully read them does not mean they are mute. It means we have lost the cipher. The drums are a library of data concerning the Neolithic worldview, encoded in a format that transcends language. The discovery of the child's skeleton was crucial. In the 19th century, the remains were often treated with less respect than the artifacts. However, Greenwell preserved the context. The child was not an afterthought. The child was the focus. The drums were the accompaniment. This centers the narrative on the grief of a community. The death of a child is a rupture in the social fabric. The lavishness of the grave goods, and these drums represent hundreds of hours of skilled labor, demonstrates the high value placed on this small life. It was a burial of significant cost. The chalk itself, when freshly quarried, is damp and grey. As it dries, it whitens and hardens. The carver likely worked the stone while it was fresh, when it was softer and more forgiving. As the drum dried, it would have become the stark white object we see today. This transformation from grey, damp earth to white, dry stone parallels the transformation of the body after death. The material properties of the medium were likely part of the ritual's significance. One curious detail is the presence of lead isotope analysis on other artifacts from the period, which shows mobility of people. While we cannot test the chalk for isotopes in the same way to track movement, the style connects Yorkshire to the wider world. The motifs on the drums have cousins in the passage tomb art of Ireland, particularly at Newgrange and Noath. The spirals are a shared Celtic Sea motif. This indicates that the Irish Sea was not a barrier, but a highway. Ideas floated across the water. The Folkton drums are a local Yorkshire expression of a grand Atlantic tradition of stone carving. The notion that the drums are idols or gods is the oldest interpretation. In this view, the faces represent specific deities, perhaps a clan mother or a sky father. The three drums could represent a triad of gods or a family unit of deities. If they are idols, their burial with the child suggests they were guardians, placed there to escort the soul. The child was not left alone in the dark earth. They were accompanied by the stone watchers. The condition of the drums is startlingly perfect. Most chalk artifacts from the Neolithic, such as phallic carvings or small cups, are found broken or weathered. The Folkton drums look as if they were finished yesterday. This preservation is due to the specific chemistry of the chalk burial environment, which is alkaline and preserves bone and stone well, but it also implies that they were protected before burial. They were likely kept wrapped in skins or cloth, shielded from the elements. They were treasured heirlooms or sacred objects that were only brought out for the final act of burial. The area of East Yorkshire where they were found is rich in archaeology. The landscape is a rolling plateau of chalk, cut by deep, dry valleys. It is a landscape that demands measurement. To farm it, to divide it, to build upon it, requires a sense of space and scale. The drums, with their encoded Longfoot, were the tools of this landscape management. They allowed the imposition of a mental grid onto the physical world. We must also consider the sound, or lack thereof. The name drums was applied by early archaeologists because of their shape, resembling the body of a drum. But a block of chalk is a dead weight. It absorbs sound. It does not ring. This silence is profound. In a world full of the sounds of wind, animals, and human voices, these objects were heavy, quiet anchors. They represented stability and permanence in a fleeting world. The Burton-Agnes discovery included a chalk ball alongside the drum. This adds another geometric element, the sphere. The combination of the cylinder and the sphere suggests a play with basic forms. The Neolithic mind was categorizing the universe into shapes: the circle, the line, the spiral, the cylinder, the sphere. These were the building blocks of their reality. The decorative panels on the Folkton drums are not identical. Each drum has unique variations. This individuality suggests that while they followed a standard, they were not mass-produced. Each was a singular creation. The artist was following a rulebook but allowed for improvisation within the grid. This balances the strictness of the Longfoot mathematics with the fluidity of artistic expression. The Longfoot theory also aligns with the diameter of the large sarsen circles at Stonehenge and the inner horseshoe of trilithons. The statistical probability of these measurements lining up so perfectly by chance is low. It implies that the architects of Stonehenge and the carvers of the Folkton drums were drawing from the same well of knowledge. This knowledge was likely oral, passed down through apprenticeships, but physically anchored in objects like the drums. If the drums were used to measure chord, the process would be ritualistic. Winding the cord is a repetitive, meditative action. The cord absorbs the power of the drum. The measured chord then becomes a sacred object in itself, charged with the authority of the stone standard. When that cord is used to lay out a burial mound or a stone circle, the building becomes consecrated. The geometry is not just structural, it is spiritual. The eyes on the drums are sometimes described as oculi. In many prehistoric cultures, the eye is a protective symbol, warding off evil. The evil eye belief is ancient. By covering the drums in eyes, the artist created an object that was hyper-vigilant. It saw in all directions. It protected the perimeter. Buried with the child, this 360-degree vision ensured that no malevolent spirit could approach the remains unseen. The ridges that divide the panels on the drums are raised, meaning the background was cut away. This is relief carving, a technique that requires more time and material removal than simple incision. The artist removed a significant amount of chalk to leave the pattern standing proud. This depth gives the drums a tactile texture. You can feel the design with your fingertips in the dark. There is a gap in the archaeological record between the use of these drums and the arrival of the beaker culture a few centuries later. The beaker people brought copper, gold, and a different set of burial customs. The tradition of carving chalk drums seems to have faded as the Bronze Age began. The Folkton and Burton-Agnes drums capture the zenith of a specific late Neolithic culture, just before the wave of metalworking changed society forever. They are the final masterpieces of the Stone Age in this region. The location of the child's head in relation to the drums is specific. In the grave, the drums were behind the skull. This is the place of the past, the place of memory. Objects placed in front of the body are often seen as offerings for the journey ahead. Food, tools. Objects placed behind are often seen as links to where the person came from, ancestry, lineage. The drums anchored the child to their heritage. The chalk of the Yorkshire Wolds is part of a geological formation that stretches under the English Channel and emerges as the White Cliffs of Dover and the coast of France. This white stone connects the British Isles to the continent physically. The people of the Neolithic were aware of the chalk's extent. They mined flint from deep within it. They knew the stone intimately. The drums are a celebration of this local geology. We can imagine the day of the burial, the procession up the wold, the digging of the pit into the white bedrock, the placement of the small body, and then the revealing of the drums. Perhaps they had been kept covered until that moment, the bright white of the carved stone gleaming against the grey earth and the pale skin of the deceased. The winding of a cord one last time to measure the grave, ensuring it met the dimensions required by tradition. Then, the filling in, the darkness. The survival of the drums is a stroke of luck, but their creation was a deliberate act of will. They were not made to be found by us. They were made to stay with the child. That we have them now is a violation of their original intent, yet it is the only way we can know the people who made them. We are the unintended audience. The mystery of the Folkton drums lies in their duality. They are works of art, whimsical and strange with their owl faces and geometric puzzles, but they are also scientific instruments, repositories of a precise metric system that allowed for the construction of the greatest monuments of prehistoric Europe. They bridge the gap between the hard sciences of surveying and engineering and the soft sciences of art, religion, and sociology. They remind us that for the ancients, these categories were not separate. A measuring tool could be a god, a geometric ratio could be a prayer. The act of measuring the world was, in itself, a sacred duty. The 3 white cylinders sit today in a museum case, far from the windy hilltop in Yorkshire. They are removed from the child they were meant to guard. But in their silence, they speak of a time when the white stone of the earth was carved with the patterns of the cosmos, and a simple length of cord, wound 10 times around a piece of chalk, was enough to build a circle that would last forever. "800 tons of solid granite rest precariously on a steep slope in the Asuka region of Japan, defying both gravity and easy explanation. This colossal megalith, perched near the summit of a hill that rises above a quiet residential neighborhood, presents a geometry that feels strikingly out of place amidst the bamboo groves and cedar trees. It is not a natural formation, nor is it a crumbling ruin of a castle or a temple. It is a sculpted object, carved with a precision that suggests a specific, highly technical purpose, yet it sits abandoned, its function unfulfilled. Known as Masuda no Iwafune, or the rock ship of Masuda, it is the largest and most enigmatic of the stone monuments scattered across the Nara prefecture, a region often cited as the cradle of Japanese civilization. The structure is monolithic, fashioned from a single, continuous block of granite that measures roughly 11 meters in length, 8 meters in width, and stands nearly 5 meters tall. To approach it requires a climb up a narrow earthen path, navigating the root-laced ground of the forest. Upon reaching the clearing where the stone sits, the viewer is immediately struck by the flatness of its upper surface. The top of the rock has been leveled off, creating a platform that contrasts sharply with the rough, natural curve of the boulder's base. Cut into this flat top are 2 square basins, deep reservoirs with vertical walls that plunge over a meter into the heart of the stone. These twin chambers are aligned perfectly along the long axis of the monolith, separated by a thick partition of rock that has been left intact. The surface of the stone bears the marks of its shaping. It is not polished to a mirror finish, but rather dressed with a technique that leaves a textured, lattice-like pattern on the sides. These tool marks, diagonal grooves running in parallel lines, tell a story of immense labor. They are the signatures of iron chisels driven by heavy mallets, the physical residue of thousands of hours of repetitive strikes. The granite here is hard, resistant to the blade, yet it has been sliced and planed as if it were soft wood. The precision of the corners in the square basins is particularly notable. They are not rounded or haphazard, they are sharp, indicating that the builders possessed a sophisticated understanding of stonemasonry and geometry. The setting of Masuda no Iwafune adds to the puzzle. It does not sit on a flat plain or in the center of an excavated palace complex. It sits on a ridge, commanding a view of the valley below. The name Masuda refers to a pond that once existed in the area, now long since drained and turned into farmland and housing. The Iwafune part translates to rock ship, a name given by locals who thought the shape resembled a vessel stranded on the hillside. This nautical association is purely poetic, a way for the human mind to categorize a shape that otherwise has no clear analog in the natural world. Geologically, the stone is a tonalite, a type of granitic rock that is common in the bedrock of this region. It was likely not transported to this spot from a distant quarry. Instead, the builders likely found a massive erratic boulder or a rocky outcrop already existing on the hill and decided to carve it in situ. This decision to work with the stone where it lay suggests that the location itself was significant, or simply that moving a rock of 800 tons was deemed impossible even for the ambitious engineers of the Asuka period. The time period associated with this monument is generally believed to be the 7th century, specifically the Asuka period, which spanned roughly from the year 538 to the year 710. This was a transformative era for Japan. Buddhism had recently arrived from the Korean peninsula and China, bringing with it new architectural styles, technologies, and ways of thinking about the afterlife. The ruling Yamato court was consolidating its power, and the construction of massive burial mounds, known as kofun, was a central practice of the elite. These keyhole-shaped tombs dot the landscape of Nara and Osaka, serving as the final resting places for emperors and powerful clan leaders. The leading theory among archaeologists and historians is that Masuda no Iwafune was intended to be a tomb. The two square holes cut into the top are reminiscent of the stone chambers found inside other kofun. In a typical burial of this period, a stone sarcophagus would be placed inside a chamber, or the chamber itself would be sealed. The dual nature of the openings suggests a joint burial, perhaps for a husband and wife, or an emperor and an empress. The plan, presumably, was to carve out the interior, place the remains inside, and then perhaps cover the entire structure with an earthen mound, hiding the stonework forever. However, the Masuda no Iwafune was never finished. The evidence for this abandonment is visible to the naked eye. Running across the top of the stone and down the sides is a large crack. This fissure is not a result of modern weathering. It appears to be a structural failure that occurred during the carving process. As the masons removed tons of rock from the center of the boulder to create the chambers, they altered the internal stresses of the granite. The stone, unable to support its own changing weight distribution, snapped. This catastrophic failure likely happened when the project was nearing completion, rendering the massive effort wasted. The tomb was compromised, no longer suitable for a divine ruler, and thus the site was abandoned, the tools packed up, and the workers sent elsewhere. This theory of a failed tomb aligns with the known history of the region. The Asuka area is home to the Ishibutai Kofun, another massive stone structure that was once covered by an earthen mound. At Ishibutai, the dirt has eroded away, leaving the megalithic stone chamber exposed. It looks like a house of cards made of giant boulders. Masuda no Iwafune looks like a different approach to the same goal. Instead of stacking stones to make a chamber, the builders tried to subtract stone from a solid block to create one. Historical records from the Nihon Shoki, the ancient chronicles of Japan, mention a ruler known for her extensive public works and use of stone, Empress Kogyoku, who reigned twice, the second time under the name Empress Saimei. She ruled in the mid-7th century, around the year 655 to 661. Empress Saimei was a controversial figure, often criticized in the chronicles for her obsession with construction projects that taxed the people. She is described as building canals, palaces, and stone monuments. Some scholars link Masuda no Iwafune to her reign. It is possible that this was intended to be her tomb, or the tomb of someone close to her. The sheer ambition of the project fits her profile. She was a ruler who wanted to leave a permanent mark on the landscape. If we look closely at the interior of the square basins, we see the rainwater that accumulates there. Since there is no drainage system carved into the rock, the water sits until it evaporates. This simple fact argues against the structure being a completed ritual bath or a water tank, as standing water would become stagnant. If it were a tomb, a lid would have covered these openings, sealing them from the rain. The absence of lids, or even the grooves to fit them, further supports the unfinished hypothesis. The work stopped abruptly. There is, however, a competing school of thought that suggests the orientation of the stone is astronomical. The central ridge that divides the two chambers runs parallel to the ridge of the hill. Some researchers have checked the alignment of the stone's sides against the rising and setting sun at the solstices or equinoxes. While some alignments seem to match, the natural positioning of the original boulder makes it difficult to determine if this was intentional calibration or simply following the lay of the land. In the ancient world, the line between a tomb and an astronomical observatory was often blurred. The resting place of a sovereign was often aligned with the cosmos to ensure their safe passage to the next world. Therefore, Masuda no Iwafune could be both a tomb and a marker. Another fascinating element is the lattice pattern carved on the exterior. This is not just rough hewing, it is a stylistic choice. We see similar patterns on other stones in the region, such as the sakeishi or wine stone, another mysterious carved granite block found in Asuka. The similarity in tooling suggests a specific guild of stonemasons operating in the Nara Basin during the 7th century. These artisans possessed a technique that allowed them to shape granite with a consistency that rivals modern machinery. They likely used iron points, constantly sharpened, and worked with a rhythmic precision. The sound of this work would have rung out across the valley for months. The high-pitched clink, clink, clink of metal on stone, a constant reminder to the farmers below of the ruler's power. The lattice pattern also serves a practical purpose. If the stone was meant to be covered with earth, the rough texture would help the soil grip the sides of the monument, preventing a landslide. A perfectly smooth, polished surface would be slippery, causing the burial mound to slump off during heavy rains. This detail reinforces the tomb theory. The builders were preparing the surface for an interface with the soil. Despite the weight of the tomb theory, there are outliers in the discussion who propose the rock was part of a fountain or garden feature. The Asuka period saw the introduction of complex water gardens inspired by Persian and Chinese designs. We know that Empress Saimei built a stone mountain complex. Could Masuda no Iwafune be a part of a massive, unfinished water feature? The two basins could have been reservoirs, and the crack might have been the reason it was never plumbed. However, the location on top of a hill makes water supply a logistical nightmare. Unless there was a plan to siphon water up or catch rainwater, a hilltop fountain seems impractical even for an extravagant empress. The experience of standing next to Masuda no Iwafune is one of cognitive dissonance. The surrounding forest is organic, chaotic, and soft. The bamboo stalks sway in the wind. The roots of the cedar trees snake over the ground. In the middle of this biology sits this block of cold, grey geometry. It feels heavy. The density of the stone absorbs the atmosphere. It is a lonely object. Because it is unfinished, it feels suspended in time. It is not a ruin that has fallen into disrepair. It is a project that is perpetually under construction. We are seeing the worksite exactly as the masons left it 1300 years ago. Let us consider the logistics of the failure. When the crack appeared, it must have been a moment of profound despair for the master mason. Granite is unforgiving. You cannot patch it. You cannot glue it back together. Once the structural integrity is gone, the stone is dead. The realization that months of labor by hundreds of workers had come to nothing would have been devastating. It is likely that the site was considered cursed or auspiciously bad after the break. The tools were gathered and the hill was left to the forest. The fact that the stone was not broken down and reused suggests a taboo. It was a failed vessel for a god or emperor, and therefore it was untouchable. Nearby, there are other enigmatic stones that provide context. The kameishi, or turtle stone, is a large boulder carved to look like a turtle. The saruishi, or monkey stones, are grotesque figures carved into granite. These whimsical and strange carvings show that the people of Asuka had a playful or perhaps deeply animistic relationship with stone. They saw shapes in the rocks and brought them out. Masuda no Iwafune is the most serious, the most architectural of the group, but it shares the same landscape of lithic experimentation. The indentation around the base of the basins has been analyzed for clues about a superstructure. There is a slight recess that might have been cut to receive a lid or a wooden structure. If a wooden building was constructed on top of the stone, it would have been a spectacular sight, a temple perched on a monolith. But no post holes or rot remnants have been found to confirm this. The stone is bare. The dimensions of the square holes are roughly 1.6 meters square. This is a tight fit for a human body, even of the smaller stature typical of the era, unless the body was placed in a crouching position or the remains were cremated and placed in a box. Cremation was becoming more common with the spread of Buddhism, which gained traction in the late 7th century. The timeline of Masuda no Iwafune sits right on this cusp between the old burial mound traditions and the new Buddhist cremation practices. It might represent a hybrid form, a stone sarcophagus designed for a cremation urn, blending the permanence of the coffin with the compactness of the new rites. The climb to the site takes you through a bamboo forest, a plant that grows with ferocious speed, contrasting with the eternal stillness of the granite. The light filters through the green leaves, creating a dappled effect on the grey rock. It is a place of quiet contemplation. Unlike the grand temples of Kyoto, with their manicured gravel gardens and ticket booths, Masuda no Iwafune often sits alone. You can visit and be the only person there, running your hand over the 1,300-year-old chisel marks. Some researchers have drawn parallels between the Masuda no Iwafune and the stone carving traditions of the Korean peninsula, specifically the Kingdom of Baekje. There was a strong flow of immigrants and artisans from Baekje to the Yamato court during this period. It is highly probable that the master mason who oversaw this project was of Korean descent or had trained on the continent. The technique of cutting hard granite is not something that is developed overnight. It requires a lineage of knowledge. The failure of the stone might also represent a failure of imported techniques to adapt to the specific idiosyncrasies of the local Japanese granite, which might have had hidden flaws or cleavage planes that the artisans did not anticipate. The crack in the stone runs from the top surface down the northern face. It is wide enough to insert a hand in some places. When it rains, water flows through this crack, weeping from the stone. In winter, this water freezes and expands, slowly widening the fissure. Over the next few thousand years, the Masuda no Iwafune will eventually split in two. It is a slow-motion disintegration that began the moment the stress became too great in the 7th century. If we imagine the site during construction, the hill would have been stripped of trees. Scaffolding made of timber and lashed with rope would have surrounded the rock. Ramps would have been built to haul away the debris. The air would be thick with stone dust, coating the workers in a white powder. The smell of sweat, iron and crushed rock would be pungent. It was an industrial zone. Today, the forest has reclaimed the workspace, healing the scar on the land, leaving only the central artifact. There is no inscription on the Masuda no Iwafune, no date, no name, no prayer. This absence of text is standard for the period's megaliths, but frustrating for the historian. We rely entirely on the typology of the shape and the tool marks to date it. The lack of artifacts, no broken chisels, no pottery shards, no ritual offerings found directly in the soil beneath it, deepens the mystery. It is as if the site was scrubbed clean after the abandonment. The angle of the slope on which the stone sits is roughly 30 degrees. This is steep. It raises the question of stability. If the stone was meant to be a tomb, was the slope going to be terraced? Or was the precariousness part of the design, a statement of dominance over the terrain? The view from the top of the rock looks out towards the mountains of Yamato. It is a vista that connects the site to the sacred geography of the region. The mountains themselves were considered the dwelling places of the kami, the spirits. By placing this stone ship high up, the builders were placing the deceased closer to the realm of the spirits. In the year 1927, the site was designated a historic site of Japan. This protection ensures that it will not be developed or destroyed, but it does not solve the riddle. Excavations in the surrounding area have been limited, partly to preserve the natural environment and partly because the rock itself is the primary evidence. The lattice carving pattern is technically known as hatsuki or pecking in some contexts, but here it serves to flatten. The masons would strike the stone at an angle, flaking off chips. To achieve the flat vertical walls of the basins, they would have had to work in cramped conditions as the holes got deeper. The noise would have been deafening inside the small echo chambers of the basins. Let us revisit the idea of the rock ship. In Japanese mythology, gods often descended from the heavens in stone boats. The story of the bird of the rock boat appears in the ancient chronicles. While the name Masuda no Iwafune is likely a later folk appellation, the connection between stone and vessels is deep in the cultural psyche. A boat carries you across the water. A stone boat carries you across the river of death or the sea of stars. The solidity of the granite paradoxically ensures the safety of the voyage. The sheer volume of rock removed to create the basins is estimated to be several tons. This waste rock is nowhere to be seen. It was likely carted away to be used in other construction projects, perhaps as foundation stones for nearby temples or retaining walls. The economy of the ancient world was circular. Nothing was wasted. The debris from a failed tomb became the roadbed for the living. Comparisons have been made to the Zurrat stones of the Middle East or the sarcophagi of Egypt, but the Masuda no Iwafune is uniquely Japanese in its execution. The aesthetic of the raw, powerful natural object being tamed but not completely erased is a precursor to the Japanese appreciation of rustic simplicity that would develop centuries later in the tea ceremony. Even though it is a formal structure, it retains the spirit of the boulder it once was. The Aztec region itself is a basin surrounded by mountains. The atmosphere here is often thick and humid in the summer, trapping the heat. In the winter, cold winds descend from the peaks. The stone endures these cycles. Lichen and moss have established colonies on the rougher surfaces of the rock, painting it in patches of green and white. These biological layers soften the hard edges of the granite, slowly reintegrating the monument into the biological world. If we accept the theory that this was the tomb of Empress Saimei, we must look at where she was actually buried. Historical records suggest she was interred in a tomb called Kengoshizuka. It is possible that Masuda no Iwafune was the first attempt, the Plan A, which failed, forcing the court to scramble for a Plan B. This would explain the lack of records about the stone. Royal failures were rarely celebrated or documented in detail. The chroniclers preferred to write about successes. The failed tomb was an embarrassment, best forgotten. The two openings are sometimes referred to as the sun and moon chambers by local guides, although there is no archaeological basis for this. It reflects the human desire to find duality and balance in the structure, male and female, sun and moon, gold and silver. The symmetry of the rock invites these comparisons. The precise alignment of the Masuda no Iwafune is slightly off from true north. It is rotated several degrees. This deviation might be due to the constraints of the original boulder's position, or it might align with a specific magnetic north of the 7th century, or a prominent mountain peak. Without the original plans, we can only guess. But in the world of geomancy, or feng shui, known as fusui in Japan, the orientation of a tomb was critical for the flow of energy. A bad alignment could bring disaster to the family line. Perhaps the crack was interpreted not just as a structural failure, but as a sign that the fusui was wrong, a rejection by the earth itself. The Masuda no Iwafune remains a destination for those who seek the unexplained. It does not have the golden splendor of the Kinkakuji or the massive scale of the great Buddha of Tadaiji. Its power lies in its mystery and its rawness. It is a monument to the difficulty of working with the earth. It represents the limit of human will against the stubbornness of geology. When you run your fingers along the rim of the square basin, you are touching the spot where a 7th century mason stopped his work. You can almost feel the frustration in the stone. The tool was laid down, the sweat was wiped from the brow, and the site was walked away from. That moment of abandonment is frozen in the granite. It is a pause that has lasted for more than a millennium. The surrounding hills of Aztec are filled with terraced rice paddies, a landscape that has been cultivated for thousands of years. The farmers who live there now are the descendants of the people who might have hauled the supplies up the hill to the worksite. The continuity of life in the valley contrasts with the stillness of the stone on the hill. The rice grows, is harvested, and grows again. The stone sits, unchanging except for the slow widening of its wound. There is a theory that the rock was not a tomb, but a repository for astronomical charts or sacred texts, a time capsule of sorts. This is highly speculative and lacks evidence, but it speaks to the feeling the stone evokes, that it is a container meant to hold something precious. The thickness of the walls, the impenetrability of the granite, makes it a safe, but a safe that was never locked. The Masuda no Iwafune challenges the narrative of linear progress. We often think of the past as primitive, yet here is a feat of engineering that would be difficult and expensive to replicate today. To carve a single block of granite of this size with such precision requires a mastery of material that we have largely traded for concrete and steel. The builders of Asuka knew the stone. They knew how it would ring when struck, how it would chip, and ultimately, how it would break. The legacy of the site is not in what it did, but in what it is. It is a question mark carved in tonalite. It asks us to consider the ambition of the ancients, their relationship with death, and their drive to imprint their presence on the eternal mountains. As the shadows lengthen across the Asuka Valley and the sun dips behind the ridge, The Masuda no Iwafune remains in the twilight, a silent grey ship sailing through the sea of time, carrying a cargo of secrets that will likely never be unloaded. The mystery is the monument. The unfinished state is the story. And the rock, cracked and moss-covered, holds its ground, a heavy, permanent enigma in a world of fleeting answers. Under the concrete skin of modern Mexico City, amidst the dense clay and the volcanic soil that once formed the bed of a great lake, a pink giant lay sleeping for 5 centuries. It rested in the darkness, pressed down by the weight of colonial palaces and asphalt avenues, hidden from the sun that once dictated its worship. This is not a creature of flesh, but a colossus of andesite, a massive slab of volcanic rock quarried from the mountains and dragged by thousands of hands into the heart of the Aztec capital. It is the Tlaltecuhtli monolith, the largest carved stone ever discovered in the realm of the Mexica, a discovery that shook the archaeological world and reopened the book on the rituals of the Aztec Empire. The story of this stone begins with the earth itself, for Tlaltecuhtli is the Earth Lord, or the Earth Lady, a deity of profound duality who represents the soil we walk upon and the hungry maw that devours the dead. Unlike the famous sunstone, which maps the cycles of time and the heavens, this monolith is grounded in the terrestrial and the subterranean. It is a monument to the ground, to the heavy, fertile, and destructive force that sustains life. In the year 2006, the relentless growth of the city required the demolition of a building known as the Casa de las Ajaracas, located at the intersection of Argentina and Guatemala streets. This corner sits in the shadow of the Templo Mayor, the spiritual pivot of the Aztec universe. As the modern foundations were cleared, the workers struck something hard and unyielding. It was not the grey basalt common to the site, but a vibrant pinkish stone. Archaeologists, led by Leonardo López Luján, descended into the pit. What they cleared away was the mud of centuries, revealing a relief carving of staggering proportions. The stone measured roughly 13 feet by 12 feet and weighed nearly 12 tons. It had broken into 4 major pieces, shattered perhaps by the pressure of the earth or the violence of the conquest, but the image remained intact. The figure carved into the surface is terrifying and magnificent. It depicts the deity in a squatting position, known as the Hocker pose. This is the posture of childbirth in the Mesoamerican world, but it is also a posture of squatting close to the earth. The legs are splayed wide, the knees bent, the feet equipped with fearsome claws that dig into the border of the stone. These are not human feet. They are the talons of a raptor or a beast, emphasizing the predatory nature of the earth. The arms are raised, the elbows bent, and the hands too end in sharp claws. But it is the face that commands attention. Tlaltecuhtli is often depicted with a mouth that is a gaping void, a portal to the underworld. But on this monolith, the face is thrown back, looking upwards. The eyes are deep crescents, originally inlaid with shell or obsidian that has long since been lost. The mouth is open, and from it streams a river of blood, flowing into the deity's own center. The iconography is dense with meaning. The figure wears a skirt made of skulls and crossed bones, a garment that explicitly links the earth to the realm of the dead. In Aztec cosmology, the earth is the destination of all mortal flesh. We eat from the earth, and in the end, the earth eats us. This cyclical consumption is not seen as evil, but as necessary. The skulls are not threats, they are seeds. They represent the ancestors, the bone seeds from which new life will sprout in the next cycle. The skirt is tied with a serpent belt, another symbol of the renewal of skin and life. What makes the Tlaltecuhtli monolith truly exceptional, beyond its size, is the preservation of its color. Most Aztec statuary we see today has been stripped to the bare grey rock by time and exposure. But because this stone was buried face up in the wet clay and then covered by layers of colonial flooring, the pigments were sealed in an anaerobic embrace. When the archaeologists carefully removed the sediment, they found the deity ablaze with color. The body was painted in a deep, rich ochre, representing the color of the earth and dried maize. The hair was a curly mass of dark red, symbolizing the starry night or the dark hair of the underworld deities. There were flashes of blue, white, and black, created from mineral pigments mixed with organic binders like orchid mucilage. To see the stone in this state was to see it as the priests saw it in the year 1502, a vibrant, living entity, not a cold ruin. The presence of the year glyph 10 rabbit carved into the stone provided a critical anchor in time. In the Aztec calendar, the year 10 rabbit corresponds to the year 1502 in the Gregorian count. This specific year is momentous in the history of the Mexica dynasty. It marks the death of the Emperor Ahuitzotl, the 8th ruler of Tenochtitlan. Ahuitzotl was a formidable conqueror, a man who expanded the empire to the coasts of the Pacific and the Gulf, bringing immense wealth and exotic goods into the capital. He was a builder, a warrior, and a terrifying force in his own right. His death was followed by the ascension of his nephew, Moctezuma II, the ruler who would eventually face the Spanish invasion. The connection between the stone and Ahuitzotl led to a feverish hypothesis. Was this monolith the tombstone of the great emperor? The Aztec emperors were typically cremated, their ashes placed in urns and buried within the precinct of the Templo Mayor. Yet despite decades of excavation, no royal tomb had ever been found. The archaeologists posited that the Tlaltecuhtli stone might cover the entrance to a royal crypt. The location was right, directly in front of the Great Temple, on the axis of the shrine dedicated to Huitzilopochtli, the god of war and the patron of the Mexica. Ahuitzotl was a devotee of Huitzilopochtli, and it would be fitting for him to rest at the feet of his god. With extreme care, the team began to tunnel beneath the massive slab. They did not find a chamber immediately. Instead, they found layers of offerings that were richer and more diverse than anything previously encountered in the Aztec world. The earth beneath the stone was packed with gifts intended to accompany a powerful soul on its journey to Mictlan, the land of the dead. There were thousands of objects. They found the skeletons of wolves, dressed in the regalia of warriors, with flint knives placed in their paws. They found the remains of jaguars and pumas, apex predators that symbolized the power of the king. There were eagles, the birds of the sun, laid out with wings spread. From the coasts, the priests had brought sawfish, their long, toothed rostrums preserved in the mud. There were massive quantities of coral, sea urchins, and shells, turning the pit into a subterranean ocean. These marine offerings spoke to Ahuitzotl's conquest of the coastal regions. He had brought the sea to the mountains to honor the earth. Gold, usually rare in Aztec contexts due to the thorough looting by the Spanish, was present here in abundance. There were golden bells, golden earrings, and ornaments shaped like hearts. There were jade beads, greenstone figurines, and obsidian blades, all arranged in precise cosmological patterns. The richness of the deposit confirmed that this was a space of the highest sanctity. It was a place where the barrier between the worlds was thin. However, as the excavation deepened, the specific urn containing the ashes of Ahuitzotl remained elusive. The offerings continued, layer after layer, a vertical column of treasure descending into the water table. It is possible that the cremation remains were placed elsewhere, or that they were removed, or that the stone served as a general altar for the cult of the royal ancestors rather than a specific grave marker for one individual. The ambiguity remains. The stone asserts its importance, but it withholds the final confirmation of its specific function as a tomb lid. The placement of the stone offers another puzzle. In most depictions, Tlaltecuhtli is carved on the underside of sculptures. When the Aztecs carved a statue of a god or a coiled serpent, they would often carve the earth deity on the base, where it would rest against the ground. This meant the image was invisible to the human eye. It was intended only for the earth itself to see. It was a private communication between the stone and the ground. But the Tlaltecuhtli of the Ajaracas was different. It was monumental, and it was placed face up. This suggests it was meant to be seen, or at least meant to function as a surface. Was it a platform for sacrifice? The central depression in the abdomen of the figure, the navel of the earth, would be a natural receptacle. In some rituals, blood was poured onto the earth to feed the deity. The Aztecs believed that the earth was a living thing that required nourishment. The myth of creation tells that the earth was created from the body of a great monster, a caiman-like Tlaltecuhtli, which was torn in two by the gods Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca. The upper half became the sky, and the lower half became the earth. But the earth monster was in pain. She cried out in the night, weeping and refusing to bear fruit unless she was fed with the hearts and blood of humans. This monolith captures that demand. The clawed hands are open, ready to receive. The stream of blood flowing into the mouth is a visual contract. We feed you, and you sustain us. The stone's pink hue is significant. Andesite comes in various shades, but this specific lamprifier andesite was chosen for its reddish tone, mimicking the color of raw flesh or the flushed skin of life. In the grey basalt world of the sacred precinct, this stone would have stood out as a patch of raw, exposed organic matter. It was a wound in the pavement, a place where the vitality of the universe was concentrated. We must also consider the engineering required to move it. The Aztecs had no beasts of burden, no horses, no oxen. They had no wheels for transport. To move a 12-ton block from the quarry to the island city of Tenochtitlan required a massive coordination of labor. It would have been dragged on sledges, perhaps rolled on logs, and transported by barge across the lake. The effort itself was a ritual offering. The sweat of the laborers was the first libation poured for the deity. When the Spanish arrived in the year 1519, they began the systematic dismantling of the Aztec capital. They toppled the idols and smashed the faces of the gods. They used the sacred stones as foundations for their churches and houses. The Tlaltecuhtli stone survived this purge largely because of its nature. It was flat. It made for an excellent foundation. It was buried, intentionally or unintentionally, under the new colonial floor. The Spanish might not have even known what lay beneath their feet. They built their city on top of the earth monster, unknowingly fulfilling the very cosmology they sought to destroy, placing their new world upon the back of the old god. The sheer scale of the relief carving allows for a detailed study of Aztec artistic conventions. The figure is perfectly symmetrical, a hallmark of Mexican formal art. The hair is styled in a way that suggests the night sky, adorned with paper banners that were used in sacrificial rituals. The earrings are large spools, indicating high status. Despite the monstrous claws, the figure has a certain elegance, a terrifying grace. It balances the grotesque with the divine. It is not a chaotic monster, it is a structured, ordered representation of natural forces. One curious detail is the absence of the lower jaw in some representations of Tlaltecuhtli, though here the mouth is complex. The open mouth is the cave. In Mesoamerican thought, caves were the wombs of the earth and the entries to the underworld. They were places of origin and places of return. By carving the mouth as a gaping opening, the artist transformed the stone into a portal. Standing on the stone, or placing an offering on it, was equivalent to standing at the lip of a cave. The chemical analysis of the pigments has provided a window into Aztec technology. The red was hematite, an iron oxide. The blue was likely Mayan blue, a sophisticated hybrid pigment made from indigo dye and palygorskite clay, which is incredibly resistant to weathering. The use of such durable paints suggests that the stone was meant to be a permanent fixture, a vibrant focal point in the plaza for centuries. It was not a temporary installation. Today, the stone resides in the Museum of the Templo Mayor, positioned in a way that allows visitors to look down upon it from a mezzanine, replicating the original viewing angle. It is no longer buried, but it is still sheltered from the sun to protect the fragile colors. The crack that divides it into 4 pieces has been stabilized, but not hidden. It serves as a scar of its history, a reminder of the trauma of the conquest and the pressure of the overlaying city. The debate about its specific use continues. Was it a quausikali, a vessel for eagle hearts? Some scholars argue that while it is flat, its function was similar to the vessel stones where hearts were placed. Others stick to the tomb theory, suggesting we simply haven't found the chamber yet, or that the chamber is deeper or offset. The area around the stone is still being studied, and the soil of Mexico City is difficult to work with due to the sinking water table and the fragility of the surrounding colonial buildings. The gender of Tlaltecuhtli is another layer of complexity. The name Tlaltecuhtli translates to Earth Lord, masculine form, but the figure is often depicted with female attributes, such as the skirt and the posture of giving birth. This ambiguity is likely intentional. The earth is not male or female, it is both. It contains the potential for both sexes. It is the universal parent. The monolith captures this totality. It is a being that transcends human categories. The discovery of the Tlaltecuhtli monolith also shifted our understanding of the Templo Mayor's spatial arrangement. It emphasized the importance of the space in front of the pyramid. This plaza was not just an open waiting area. It was a theater of the sacred, filled with monuments that created a sacred geography. The stone marked a specific point of power, perhaps the center of the 4 directions on the horizontal plane, complementing the vertical axis of the pyramid. In the quiet of the museum, away from the traffic of the streets above, the stone radiates a heavy presence. The pink andesite absorbs the light. The claws seem ready to grasp. It is a reminder that the Aztec civilization was not merely a culture of blood and war, as often depicted in sensationalist accounts, but a culture of profound philosophical depth. They wrestled with the great questions of existence. Where do we come from? Where do we go? What sustains the universe? Their answer was the Earth, the beautiful, terrible, hungry Earth. The conservation efforts required to stabilize the stone were monumental in themselves. When first exposed to the air, the humidity changes threatened to cause the layers of stone to delaminate. The paint could have turned to dust. Conservators worked for months, injecting lime water and polymers to bind the surface. They kept the stone under constant monitoring, treating it like a patient in critical care. This act of preservation is a modern form of worship, a dedication of resources to ensure the survival of the deity. We must also reflect on the silence of the stone. For 500 years, it lay in the dark while a new civilization grew above it. It heard the horses of the conquistadors, the carriages of the viceroys, the gunfire of the revolution, and the rumble of the subway. It is a witness to the transformation of Tenochtitlan into Mexico City. It is the constant beneath the flux. The offerings found beneath it included flint knives that were personified. They had eyes and mouths made of shell glued onto the stone blades. These were the teeth of the earth, buried to help the deity chew the offerings. This level of detail, giving faces to the knives, shows a world where everything was alive. There was no inanimate matter. The knife, the shell, the stone, the bone, all possessed a spirit. The Tlaltecuhtli monolith was the anchor for this animistic web. There is a theory that the stone was ritually killed before it was buried. The breaking of the stone might not have been accidental. In many Mesoamerican cultures, objects were intentionally broken to release their spirit or to decommission them. If the stone was associated with a Huitzotl, perhaps it was broken when his lineage was threatened, or perhaps the Spanish broke it to neutralize its power. However, the pieces were found in relative anatomical position, suggesting it simply cracked under pressure rather than being smashed to bits. The image of the blood streaming into the mouth is a loop. The blood comes from the world above, enters the earth, and generates life, which then rises back to the world above. It is a hydraulic model of the cosmos. The Tlaltecuhtli stone is the pump in this system. It visualizes the flow of vital energy. Without this flow, the sun would stop, the crops would fail, and the universe would die. The terror of the image is the terror of necessity. As we look at the clawed feet, we are reminded of the eagles and jaguars that were buried beneath. These animals are the alter egos of the warriors and kings. By placing them under the stone, the Aztecs were placing their strongest forces in the service of the earth. They were planting power to harvest power. The intricate carving of the hair, with its curls and circles, represents the Tsitsimaime, the star demons of the dark sky. These were feared entities that would descend to eat humanity if the sun ever failed to rise. By incorporating these symbols, the stone links the deep earth with the deep sky. Tlaltecuhtli is not just the dirt, she is the night. She is the darkness that exists both below our feet and above our heads. The discovery of the monolith has led to a renaissance in Aztec studies. It has drawn crowds to the Templo Mayor, sparking a new interest in the indigenous past of Mexico. It challenges the modern viewer to look at the grotesque and find the sacred. It asks us to confront the reality of death and decomposition, not as an end, but as a phase in a larger process. In the end, the Aztec stone of Tlaltecuhtli remains a mystery wrapped in pink stone. We know who it depicts, we know when it was carved, we know who ruled when it was made, but the specific choreography of the rituals performed upon it, the exact words spoken over it, and the precise reason for its placement in that exact spot remain subjects of speculation. It is a puzzle piece that suggests the picture is far larger and more complex than we imagined. The giant rests now, safe in the climate-controlled air, but its power is undiminished. It is a testament to the artisans who carved it with stone tools, without iron or steel. It is a testament to the priests who designed its complex symbolism, and it is a testament to the earth itself, the Tlaltecuhtli, who waits for us all. The stone is a mirror, reflecting the Aztec belief that we are born from the earth, we are nourished by the earth, and in the fullness of time, we return to the earth, falling into the open arms and the open mouth of the mother and father of us all. The dust of central Anatolia is fine and white, a powder born from the violent geological history of the region. It coats the boots of those who walk the valleys of Cappadocia, settling in the creases of clothing and skin. Here, the earth itself has been sculpted not just by wind and rain, but by the determined hands of human beings who viewed the landscape not as an obstacle, but as a medium. In the Göreme Valley and its surrounding tributaries, the soft volcanic rock rises in fantastical towers, cones, and undulating cliffs. Within this surreal geology, hidden inside the honeycombed interiors of the stone spires, lies a proliferation of carved features that resist easy categorization. Among the frescoes of saints and the hollowed-out dining halls, there are hundreds of rock-cut basins. These concavities, hewn directly into the floor or raised on stone platforms, present a stubborn puzzle. They are ubiquitous, found in the naves of churches, in the corners of domestic rooms, and in isolated chambers high up on sheer cliff faces. The geology of Cappadocia is the primary protagonist in this story. Millions of years ago, the volcanoes Mount Erciyes and Mount Hassan erupted, blanketing the plateau in thick layers of ash. Over eons, this ash solidified into a soft, porous rock known as tuff. Covered by a harder layer of basalt, the tuff eroded unevenly, creating the fairy chimneys and deep valleys that define the region today. The tuff is remarkably easy to work. With a simple metal tool, one can scrape away the stone like hardened cheese. However, upon exposure to the air, the rock oxidizes and hardens, creating a durable surface. This unique property allowed the inhabitants, primarily Byzantine Christians fleeing persecution or seeking monastic isolation between the 4th and 13th centuries, to carve entire cities into the mountains. The basins found here are distinct from the simple storage niches or shelves. They are deliberate, structured depressions. Some are rectangular, with sharply defined corners and sloping floors. Others are circular or oval. Many are paired, with a shallow upper basin connecting to a deeper lower basin via a carved channel or a hole. This specific arrangement strongly suggests the processing of liquids. The immediate and most common interpretation is that these were wine presses. Viticulture has a deep history in Anatolia, stretching back to the Hittites and beyond. The volcanic soil is rich in minerals, perfect for cultivating grapes. In the wine press hypothesis, the grapes would be placed in the shallow upper basin, known as the treading floor. People would stomp on the fruit barefoot, crushing the skins and releasing the juice. The liquid would then flow through the channel, filtered perhaps by a bundle of thorny brush or a piece of cloth, into the deeper catchment basin below. There, the must would be collected in clay jars or amphorae for fermentation. This explanation fits many of the sites perfectly. In the Rose Valley and the Red Valley, one can find large complexes that look unmistakably like industrial wineries. They have the pressing floors, the collection vats, and even the grooves carved into the walls where a wooden beam press might have been anchored to squeeze the last drops from the grape skins. The scale of some of these facilities suggests production far beyond the needs of a single family. These were likely communal or commercial operations, supplying wine for the liturgy of the church and for export to other regions. However, the wine theory begins to fracture when we look at the distribution of the basins more closely. There are basins located in places that make the transport of tons of grapes a logistical nightmare. Imagine a small, cramped room carved 50 feet up a vertical cliff face, accessible only by precarious hand and footholds cut into the rock. To haul baskets of grapes up such a climb, process them in a cramped, unventilated space, and then lower the heavy jars of wine back down seems incredibly inefficient. The inhabitants of Göreme were industrious, but they were also pragmatic. Why establish a winery in an eagle's nest when the valley floor offers ample space? Furthermore, there are basins found directly inside the naves of rock-cut churches. In some instances, a basin is carved into the floor just a few feet from the apse, where the altar would stand. While wine is essential for the Eucharist, the production of wine is a messy, sticky, and insect-attracting process. It involves wild yeasts, fermentation gases, and the residue of skins and stems. It seems unlikely that the crushing of grapes would take place in the sacred silence of the sanctuary, directly under the gaze of the painted Pantocrator. The separation of the sacred and the profane was a key tenet of Byzantine religious life. The church was a place of order and purity. The winepress was a place of labor and chaos. This brings us to the alternative possibility: oil production. The region is not famous for olives in the same way the Mediterranean coast is, but linseed and other oil-bearing seeds were processed in antiquity. An oil press operates on similar principles to a wine press, but often requires more pressure. The crushing of seeds or nuts usually involves a heavy grinding stone. Some of the basins show wear patterns that could be consistent with a rotating stone, but many do not. The smooth, unblemished bottoms of some basins suggest that whatever was processed there was soft, or that the action was gentle. If they were used for oil, the lack of heavy grinding apparatus in the archaeological record is a missing piece of the puzzle. Another compelling theory is the production of pekmez, a traditional grape molasses that is still a staple in the Turkish diet. To make pekmez, grape juice is boiled down until it becomes a thick, sweet syrup. This preserves the caloric value of the harvest for the winter months. The process requires fire and large cauldrons. While the initial crushing of the grapes for pekmez would look the same as for wine, the boiling stage requires hearths and ventilation. Some basins are found near fire-blackened chimneys or hearths, supporting this idea. The production of pekmez is a domestic activity, often carried out by families. This fits well with the smaller, isolated basins found in dwelling spaces. It transforms the basin from a commercial tool into a kitchen appliance. Yet, we must also consider the role of water. Water in the semi-arid environment of Cappadocia is a precious resource. The basins could have served as cisterns or settling tanks. Rainwater collected from the runoff channels carved into the cliff faces could be directed into these indoor pools. The sediment, the omnipresent dust, would settle to the bottom, leaving clearer water at the top. In a siege situation, or simply during the long, dry summer, having a reservoir of water inside the dwelling would be essential. But many basins are too shallow to be effective cisterns, and they lack the waterproof plaster lining known as Khorasan mortar that is typically found in dedicated water storage tanks. The ritual dimension cannot be ignored. The proximity of some basins to church entrances suggests a function related to cleansing. Were these baptismal fonts? Infant baptism was the norm in the Byzantine world, and a small basin would suffice. However, some of these basins are large enough for an adult to stand in, while others are tiny. There is no standardization. In some chapels, we find basins carved into the floor near the entrance, perhaps for the washing of feet or hands before worship. This act of ablution would physically and spiritually prepare the monk or the pilgrim to enter the holy space. The basins in these contexts act as thresholds, markers of transition between the outer world and the inner sanctum. There is also the hypothesis of industrial dyeing. The roots of the madder plant, Rubia tinctorum, grow wild in the region and produce a brilliant red dye. This turkey red became famous in later centuries. Dyeing cloth requires large vats for soaking fabrics in mordants and dye baths. The carved basins would be durable, non-reactive containers for this chemical process. The foul smells associated with dyeing might explain why some basins are located in well-ventilated upper chambers or isolated areas away from the main living quarters. If the monks were engaged in textile production as a form of economic sustenance, these basins would be the vats of their trade. The challenge in verifying any of these theories lies in the nature of the rock and the passage of time. The volcanic tuff is porous, it absorbs liquids. Over centuries, however, the organic residues that might have identified the contents, tartaric acid from wine, lipids from oil, chemical markers from dye, have been leached away or contaminated. The sites have not been sealed time capsules. They have been used and reused. A basin carved in the 10th century as a baptistery might have been used as a feed trough for donkeys in the 19th century and a storage bin for potatoes in the 20th. The stratigraphy of use is compressed and confused. Moreover, the tool marks themselves, while distinct, do not tell us what was processed, only how the stone was removed. We see the diagonal scarring of the pickaxe, the smoother finish of the chisel, and the pockmarks of the point. The masons were skilled, able to create thin walls and perfectly level floors. In some of the large multi-room complexes, the basins are part of a sophisticated hydraulic system with channels running through walls and floors, directing liquid from room to room. This implies a complexity of operation that goes beyond simple household chores. It suggests a flowchart of production carved into stone. Let us visualize the physical reality of using these spaces. In the winter, Cappadocia is bitterly cold. Snow blankets the fairy chimneys. The stone acts as thermal mass, keeping the interior relatively stable in temperature, but still cool. Processing liquids in the winter would be difficult. Fermentation stops in the cold. Therefore, the activity in these basins was likely seasonal, tied to the harvest in late summer and autumn. This seasonality means that for large parts of the year, the basins sat empty. In a cramped cave dwelling, empty space is a luxury. The basins likely had secondary uses, covered with wooden boards to serve as tables or sleeping platforms. The connection to the pigeon houses is another thread. Many of the caves in Cappadocia were converted into dovecotes in the 18th and 19th centuries to collect guano for fertilizer. The farmers painted the entrances with white plaster to attract the birds. In some cases, the basins were filled in or modified to serve the pigeons. This later agricultural adaptation obscures the original Byzantine function. We are often looking at a palimpsest, a manuscript where the original text has been scraped away and written over. In the valleys of Zemi and Kilichlar, the density of these basins is striking. It seems that every available outcrop was utilized. This speaks to a population density that is hard to imagine today. The monastic communities were not just a few hermits. They were bustling hives of activity. They needed to eat, drink, wash, and trade. The basins were the infrastructure of this society. They were the sinks, the vats, the tubs, and the presses. They were the utilitarian counterparts to the spiritual frescoes. While the paintings on the walls depicted the kingdom of heaven, the basins in the floor dealt with the kingdom of earth, with hunger, thirst, and labor. Some archaeologists have proposed that the basins in the funerary chapels were used for the washing of the dead. The ritual preparation of the body is a critical part of Christian burial. A large, shallow basin would be suitable for laying out a corpse and washing it before interment in the rock-cut graves that often line the walls of the same room. This somber interpretation fits the context of the mortuary chapels, adding a layer of gravity to the stone depressions. The lack of lids is a persistent issue. If these basins held valuable liquids like wine or oil, they would need to be covered to prevent evaporation and contamination by dust and vermin. We find rebates, small ledges carved around the rim, on some basins which would support a wooden lid. But the wood has rotted away centuries ago. The absence of heavy stone lids suggests that the covers were made of perishable materials. There is a particular type of basin that defies the liquid theory entirely. These are shallow, flat-bottomed depressions with no drainage holes. They are too shallow for washing or pressing. Could they be related to food drying? Apricots, mulberries, and other fruits grow in abundance here, spreading fruit out on a clean, rock-cut surface to dry in the sun, if near an opening. Or in the dry air of the cave is a possibility. Or perhaps they were grinding surfaces for grain, used with a handstone that has since been lost. The acoustic properties of the rooms containing the basins are also worth noting. The curved ceilings and irregular shapes of the caves create complex soundscapes. In a church, the chanting of monks would resonate. Did the presence of water or liquid in the basins alter the acoustics? A pool of water acts as a sound reflector. While likely an unintended side effect, the sensory experience of these spaces would have been influenced by the filled basins. We must also consider the possibility of laundry. In a community of hundreds, keeping robes and linens clean was a constant chore. The laundry hypothesis is less romantic than wine or ritual, but highly practical. Large basins with drainage channels would be ideal for soaking and scrubbing clothes. The soapy water, using saponaria or wood ash, could then be drained away out of the cave entrance. The sheer variety of shapes and sizes suggests that there was no single standard basin. Form followed function, and function was dictated by immediate need and the geometry of the specific rock formation. A basin in a kitchen was for cooking. A basin in a winery was for grapes. A basin in a church was for water. The mistake may be in trying to find a unitary explanation for all of them. The basin is a generic solution to multiple problems. It is the primitive equivalent of a bucket or a bowl, but immovable and eternal. In the Dark Church, or Tlaltecuhtli, one of the most famous and best preserved sites, the focus is on the breathtaking frescoes. But if one looks down, the floor is uneven, scarred by pits and depressions. These features are often ignored by tourists whose eyes are drawn upward to the dome. Yet, these floor features are the evidence of the daily friction of life. They are where the monks stood, knelt, and worked. The basins here are integral to the architecture, not afterthoughts. The isolation of some basins remains the most stubborn fact. High in the rock cones of Pasabag, there are hermit cells located at the very pinnacle of the pillars. Inside these tiny, ascetic spaces, we find miniature basins. Here, the industrial scale is impossible. The use must be personal. A basin for washing a single face. A basin for holding a small supply of water hauled up on a rope. These intimate carvings speak to the solitude of the solitary monk, the stylite who chose to live between earth and sky. Geologically, the stone is susceptible to spalling, where layers flake off. This erosion widens the basins over time, softening their original sharp contours. A basin that looks shallow and undefined today might have been deep and precise 1,000 years ago. We are looking at the ruin of the object, not the object itself. We must mentally reconstruct the sharp edges of the fresh cut. The region of Cappadocia has been inhabited continuously for millennia. The reuse of spaces means that a basin carved by a Byzantine monk in the year 1050 might have been used by an Ottoman farmer in the year 1720 and a Turkish shepherd in the year 1950. Each user brings their own purpose to the feature. The shepherd might use the baptismal font to water his goat. The farmer might use the wine press to store grain. This functional drift erases the original intent. In the valleys of Soanla, to the south of Göreme, the style of the rock-cut architecture changes slightly, but the basins remain. This continuity across the region confirms that the basins were a fundamental part of the troglodytic culture. They were as essential as the door or the window. They represent a technology of stone that replaced the need for wood or pottery in many instances. Why make a large clay jar that can break when you can carve a permanent jar into the floor? However, the immobility of the basin is a disadvantage. You cannot take it with you. You cannot move it to a more convenient spot. If the roof leaks, you cannot shift the basin. You have to carve a channel to divert the drip. This fixity implies a commitment to the place. You do not carve a basin in a temporary camp. You carve it in a home where you intend to stay for generations. The absence of residue is frustrating, but new techniques in organic residue analysis are being developed. Perhaps in the future, we will be able to detect the faint molecular ghosts of grape lipids or frankincense in the pores of the tuff. Until then, we are left with analogy and inference. We look at traditional village life in Turkey today, where rock-cut rooms are still used for storage, and we extrapolate back. One intriguing parallel is found in the underground cities like Derinkuyu and Kaymakli. These vast subterranean complexes, descending 8 levels deep, were built for defense. Here too, we find basins. In the context of a siege, where thousands of people might be trapped underground for weeks, the basins likely served critical survival functions: water storage, sanitation, and food preparation. The basins in the underground cities are often associated with communal kitchens and wineries, confirming the industrial-domestic overlap. The light in these caves is often dim. The basins would have been illuminated by the flicker of oil lamps. The liquid inside would reflect the flame, creating a shimmering surface in the dark rock. This visual element adds to the atmosphere of the cave dwelling. The basin is a black mirror in the floor, As we walk through the Love Valley, the phallic stone towers rise up, imposing and strange. Inside them, the rooms are human-scaled. The basins are waist-high or knee-high, designed for the human body. They are ergonomic. They tell us about the height of the people, their reach, their working posture. A basin that is too wide to reach across suggests it was accessed from all sides. A basin tucked in a corner suggests solitary work. The carved channels that often connect basins are sometimes complex, with right-angle turns and sluice gates. This shows a desire to control the flow. It is not just dumping liquid, it is managing it. This hydraulic engineering on a microscale is a testament to the sophistication of the builders. They understood fluid dynamics. In the end, the rock-cut basins of Göreme are silent witnesses. They do not have inscriptions. They do not have dates. They are pure form. They are negative space created by the removal of matter. This subtraction is their defining characteristic. We define them by what is missing, the rock that was taken away. The mystery of their specific purpose in every instance may never be fully solved. They likely served all the functions proposed: wine press, oil press, dye vat, laundry tub, baptismal font, cistern. The genius of the Cappadocian carvers was their adaptability. They created a multi-purpose vessel out of the mountain itself. The basin is a symbol of their resilience and their ability to thrive in a landscape that is geologically hostile but architecturally infinite. When the wind blows through the valleys, kicking up the white dust, it fills the empty basins. The dust settles in the corners, slowly filling them back up, returning the stone to its original state. But for now, they remain open, hundreds of stone mouths waiting to be fed with grapes or water or prayer. They remind us that the most enduring artifacts are often the most utilitarian, the simple hollows worn smooth by the necessities of life. The carved basins challenge the modern visitor to slow down and look at the floor, to consider the mundane aspects of history. History is not just battles and emperors. It is the crushing of grapes, the washing of clothes, and the storing of water. It is the daily grind. And in Cappadocia, that grind was etched into the volcanic tuff, leaving behind a landscape of beautiful, enigmatic voids that continue to hold the secrets of the people who once called these stone spires home. The basins are the open palms of the mountain, holding the memory of a vanished world. Far north of the Russian mainland, where the cold waters of the White Sea churn against the coastline, lies an archipelago that seems to exist outside of ordinary time. The Solovetsky Islands are a place of stark, monochromatic beauty, defined by the grey of the granite, the green of the moss, and the steel blue of the subarctic ocean. On the smallest of these major landmasses, an island known as Bolshoi Zayatsky, the ground itself bears a strange and ancient signature. Scattered across the flat, treeless heath are dozens of complex geometric patterns constructed from local boulders. These are the stone labyrinths of the north, known in local folklore as Babylons. They are not towering walls or subterranean tunnels, but low, humble arrangements of fist-sized rocks that spiral across the earth, creating a riddle that has remained unsolved for centuries. The visual impact of these structures is immediate and disorienting. From a distance, they appear as dark ripples in the vegetation, as if a stone dropped into a pond had frozen the water into rock. Up close, the precision becomes evident. The builders selected stones of uniform size, laying them in tight rows to form a single, winding path that leads from the perimeter to the center. Unlike the mazes of popular culture, which are designed to confuse with dead ends and wrong turns, these are true labyrinths. They are unicursal. There is only one path. Once you enter, you are inevitably guided to the center, provided you follow the twisting course. There are no choices to be made, only a journey to be walked. The concentration of these labyrinths on Bolshoi Zayatsky is unparalleled. While solitary examples exist elsewhere in the region, this small island hosts over 30 of them, clustered together in a density that suggests this place was a designated sanctuary or a focal point of intense ritual activity. The largest of these stone spirals measures over 25 meters in diameter, a massive undertaking of labor and design. The smallest are tight, intimate coils just a few meters across. They sit amidst the bearberry and crowberry plants, their stones covered in a slow-growing crust of map lichen, Rhizocarpon geographicum, which paints the grey rock in shades of neon green and black. This lichen provides a biological clock, testifying to the immense age of the undisturbed stones. The dating of the Solovetsky labyrinths is a subject of fierce academic contention. Some archaeologists argue they date back to the Neolithic era, perhaps as early as the year 3000 before Common Era, created by the first seafaring cultures to inhabit the White Sea coast. Others place them in the Bronze Age or the early Iron Age. A few suggest a medieval origin, linking them to the Sami people, or even the early Christian hermits who sought solitude in the north. The difficulty in dating arises from the construction method itself. The stones are laid on the surface. There is no stratigraphy to dig through, no foundation trench that traps organic matter for radiocarbon dating. They float on the soil, timeless and unanchored to a specific layer of history. The purpose of these Babylons is the central mystery. One prevailing theory connects them to the realm of the dead. In the cosmology of many northern indigenous peoples, including the Sami and the Finno-Ugric tribes, the afterlife was believed to be a physical place, often located underground or underwater. The transition between the world of the living and the world of the dead was dangerous. Spirits could become lost or, worse, could return to haunt the living. The labyrinth, with its convoluted, turning path, might have served as a spirit trap. It was believed that spirits could only travel in straight lines. By burying a body or creating a memorial and placing a labyrinth over or near it, the living ensured that the soul of the deceased would get caught in the coils, unable to find the exit and return to the village. The soul would be forced to walk the path to the center, into the underworld, and stay there. Excavations near the labyrinths have revealed small stone cairns containing fragments of burnt bone and quartz tools. These burial mounds suggest a funereal landscape. The proximity of the spirals to these graves strengthens the connection between the stones and the ancestors. The labyrinth becomes a machine for processing the dead, a mechanism to ensure the separation of the two worlds. When one walks the path, the constant turning induces a mild state of dizziness or trance. It is easy to imagine a shaman or a grieving relative walking the spiral, entering a distinct state of consciousness to communicate with or say goodbye to the departed. However, the location of the labyrinths on the very edge of the sea supports a different hypothesis: fishing magic. The White Sea is a treacherous body of water, prone to sudden storms and shifting ice. For the ancient inhabitants, survival depended entirely on the harvest of the ocean. The labyrinths are almost always located near the shore, often at the mouths of bays or on promontories. Some researchers propose that the structures were sympathetic magic devices, stone nets cast upon the land to ensure a full net in the water. The winding path of the labyrinth resembles the entrails of a fish or the structure of a fish trap, known as a weir. By catching the luck or the spirit of the fish in the stone maze, the fishermen hope to compel the real fish to enter their nets. This theory of weather control or wind knots was documented in later folklore. Sailors would walk the labyrinth to trap the wind or to untie it. If the winds were contrary, a ritual walk might change the direction of the breeze. The intricate path could be seen as a way to bind the chaotic forces of nature, imposing human order on the unpredictable elements. The entrance to almost all the labyrinths on Bolshoi Zayatsky faces south, away from the prevailing north winds. This orientation is consistent and deliberate, hinting at a relationship with the air currents or the position of the sun at its zenith. The labyrinth symbol itself is not unique to Russia. It is a trans-European phenomenon. Similar stone labyrinths are found along the coasts of Sweden, Finland, Norway, and even as far away as Iceland and the Scilly Isles in Britain. In Scandinavia, they are often called Trojaberg or Troy Town, a name that links them to the ancient city of Troy. This connection is bizarre given the distance, but it reflects a shared cultural memory or a transmission of ideas that spanned the continent. The recurrence of the Troy name suggests that the design was associated with a fortress or a place of entrapment. In the northern context, the fortress might have been a defense against trolls, spirits, or bad luck. The Solovetsky examples are unique in their density and preservation. The isolation of the islands protected them. When the Orthodox monks arrived in the year 1429 to establish the Solovetsky monastery, they encountered these pagan stones. Usually the church would destroy such idols, yet the labyrinths survived. Perhaps the monks viewed them with superstition, fearing to disturb the devil's circles, or perhaps they reinterpreted them. In some Christian traditions, the labyrinth represents the difficult path of the soul toward God, a pilgrimage in miniature. However, there is no record of the monks using them. They built their massive fortress monastery on the main island, Solovetsky, leaving the smaller Zyatsky island largely to the stones and the wind. The coexistence of the monumental stone Kremlin of the monastery and the humble stone spirals of the pagans creates a striking juxtaposition of two different types of sacred architecture. The construction of a labyrinth required planning. The builders first had to mark out the center and the perimeter. They likely used a central stake and a rope to trace the circles, then adjusted the lines to create the spiral. The stones used are local glacial boulders, rounded by the movement of ice sheets millennia ago. They are heavy enough to stay in place, but light enough for a person to carry. The act of building would have been communal. It takes hundreds of stones to make even a small labyrinth. The large ones contain thousands. Gathering, sorting, and placing these rocks was a collective investment of time and energy. Geologically, the islands are formed of moraine deposits left by retreating glaciers. The soil is thin, a layer of peat and sand over bedrock. This environment preserves the stones well. They do not sink into deep mud. The vegetation is slow-growing tundra plants, heather, berries, and dwarf birch. This low carpet does not obscure the stones. If these had been built in a fast-growing temperate forest, the roots of trees would have scrambled the patterns long ago. The Arctic climate acts as a curator, freezing the site in its original state. There is a tactile quality to the stones. They are rough, weathered by salt spray and ice. Some are covered in crustose lichens that are centuries old. When you walk the path, you must keep your eyes on the ground to follow the narrow lane between the stone rows. This forces a bowed head, a posture of reverence or concentration. You lose track of the horizon. Your world shrinks to the next step. The next turn, the outside world disappears. This psychological effect is potent. It is a technology of the mind using simple geometry to alter perception. In the year 1930, the Russian archaeologist N.N. Göreme conducted extensive surveys of the White Sea labyrinths. She classified them by shape, simple spirals, double spirals, and the more complex classical type, which resembles the designs found on Cretan coins. Her work highlighted the diversity of the forms. No two labyrinths on Zyatsky are exactly alike. There are variations in the number of circuits, the width of the path, and the shape of the center. Some centers are just the end of the path. Others have a small pile of stones or a larger central boulder. This individuality suggests that each labyrinth might have been built for a specific event or a specific person, rather than following a rigid, unchangeable blueprint. The Troy Town concept also relates to a game. In Finland and Sweden, there are records of young people using the stone labyrinths for games of courtship. A girl would stand in the center, and a boy would have to navigate the path to reach her, perhaps without stepping on the stones. This playful use in later centuries might be a remnant of a more serious fertility ritual. The penetration of the labyrinth to the center could symbolize conception or the union of opposites. In the stark, difficult environment of the north, rituals to ensure fertility of the land, the sea, and the people would have been paramount. The arrangement of the labyrinths on Bolshoi Zyatsky often follows the topography. They are placed on the elevated terraces, the ancient beach ridges that were formed as the land rebounded after the weight of the glaciers was removed. This is a process known as isostatic uplift. As the land rose, the shoreline receded. The oldest labyrinths are found on the higher terraces, while the newer ones are lower down, closer to the modern water level. This vertical distribution allows archaeologists to estimate the relative age of the structures based on the geological history of the shoreline. The highest ones could indeed be Neolithic, built when the sea was much higher than it is today. The stones themselves are diverse in mineralogy: granite, gneiss, quartz. This mix gives the labyrinth a speckled appearance. In the rain, the wet stones shine, increasing the contrast with the dark soil. In the winter, the snow fills the spaces between the rocks, outlining the spiral in white against the grey stones, or burying them completely until the spring thaw reveals the pattern again. The labyrinths are seasonal entities, disappearing and reappearing with the cycle of the year. Another intriguing detail is the presence of false entrances or dead ends in a few rare examples, though the Solovetsky group is predominantly unicursal. The complexity of the winding increases as one approaches the center. The turns become tighter. The frequency of reversals increases. This pacing mimics the intensity of a narrative climax. Just as you think you are reaching the center, the path swings you out to the perimeter again. It is a lesson in patience. It teaches that the journey to the goal is not linear. The Sami legends speak of the Saivo, a double-bottomed lake where the spirits live. The labyrinth could be a two-dimensional map of this layered reality. To enter the Saivo, one had to know the way. The stone path was the physical training for the spiritual journey. It is also worth noting that the Sami used similar stone arrangements for reindeer corralling, though the labyrinth shape is impractical for holding animals. The distinction between the practical fence and the ritual spiral is clear in the layout. In the 20th century, during the Soviet era, the Solovetsky Islands became the site of the first gulag, a prison camp of horrific notoriety. The prisoners, surrounded by the barbed wire and the watchtowers, lived and died just a few miles from the ancient labyrinths. The juxtaposition of the modern labyrinth of bureaucracy and cruelty with the ancient stone labyrinths adds a tragic layer to the landscape. The stones witnessed the suffering of the 20th century, just as they witnessed the rituals of the Neolithic. They remain indifferent witnesses to human history. Some researchers have attempted to decode the labyrinths as astronomical calendars. They suggest the number of stones or the number of turns corresponds to the lunar cycle or the solar year. While the mathematics can sometimes be made to fit, there is no consistent system across all the labyrinths. It is more likely that their significance is symbolic rather than computational. They are not calculators, they are mandalas. The acoustic properties of the location are also significant. Bolshoi Zayatsky is exposed. The sound of the wind is constant. The sound of the surf is ever present. Walking the labyrinth in this soundscape creates a sensory bubble. The rhythm of the walking syncs with the rhythm of the waves. It is a hypnotic experience. If there were drumming or chanting involved in the ancient rituals, the repetitive movement would have amplified the trance state. The connection to the Stone Age internet is a modern metaphor, but it holds some truth. The widespread distribution of this specific symbol, the classical labyrinth, across thousands of miles of coastline implies a network of communication. Ideas traveled by boat. The people of the White Sea were not isolated. They were part of a circumpolar culture that shared technologies, beliefs, and artistic motifs. The labyrinth was a shared icon, a logo of the northern maritime world. The preservation of the labyrinths is currently a concern. Increased tourism to the islands brings foot traffic. Walking on the stones can dislodge them. The lichen, which takes decades to grow a few millimeters, can be rubbed off in a second. Conservationists now encourage visitors to view them from wooden walkways or to walk only specific, reinforced paths. The desire to interact with the mystery must be balanced against the need to preserve it. It is rare to find a place where the ritual landscape of the deep past is so legible. Usually, wooden totem poles rot, earth mounds erode, and textiles disintegrate, but stone remains. The Solovetsky labyrinths are a message from the past that has not faded. The message is in the shape itself. The spiral is one of the oldest symbols of growth and evolution in human history. It appears in the layout of galaxies, hurricanes, and seashells. The ancients recognized this fundamental pattern of nature and replicated it on the ground. The specific type of stone used, boulders, means the labyrinths are permeable. They do not block the view. You can see the center from the entrance. There is no secrecy in the layout, only in the purpose. The mystery is not what is in the center, usually just bare ground or a rock, but what happens to the person who reaches it. Is it a place of transformation, a place of judgment, or simply a place to stand and look back at the winding path you have just traveled? The light in the summer at this latitude is special. The white nights mean the sun dips below the horizon for only a short time. The twilight lasts for hours. In this ethereal, shadowless light, the labyrinths seem to float. The distinction between rock and ground blurs. It is easy to see why the ancients felt this place was a threshold between worlds. The light itself dissolves boundaries. Despite the various theories, fishing, funerals, fertility, it is possible that the labyrinths served multiple functions simultaneously. A structure could be a tomb marker, a wind charm, and a game board all at once, depending on the season and the user. The modern mind likes to categorize and separate functions, but the ancient mind often saw the world as a holistic web of connections. A net for fish and a net for souls might be the same concept in a different context. The absence of any large settlement remains on Bolshoi Zayatsky supports the idea that the island was sacred, reserved for the dead and the spirits. People lived on the other islands and traveled here only for the necessary rites. This separation of the sacred space from the domestic space prevented the pollution of the ritual site. It was a city of the dead, or a library of stone, separate from the villages of the living. As you stand on the boardwalk today, looking out over the grey expanse of the White Sea, the labyrinths lie at your feet like dormant machinery. They are silent. The people who knew how to activate them, who knew the songs to sing while walking the coils, are gone. We are left with the hardware but have lost the software. We can measure the diameter, count the stones, and map the GPS coordinates, but the inner experience of the Neolithic walker is lost to us. The Solovetsky labyrinths are a testament to the human need to impose order on the wilderness. In a landscape that is vast, flat, and often hostile, the labyrinth creates a center. It creates a defined path. It tells the walker, "You are here, you are going there." It offers direction in a directionless tundra. It is a humble assertion of human presence against the vast indifference of the Arctic sky. The stones of the Solovetsky Islands will likely outlast our current civilization. They have survived the rise and fall of the Neolithic tribes, the arrival of the Vikings, the dominion of the Tsars, the terror of the Gulag, and the collapse of the Soviet Union. They sit patiently in the moss, holding their spiral shape, waiting for the next traveler to step onto the path and begin the long, winding walk to the center. They are the stone memories of a forgotten dream, written on the earth in the language of rock and silence. The Mediterranean sun beats down on the rugged interior of Sardinia, a landscape dominated by basalt plateaus, wild olive trees, and the silent stony sentinels known as Nuragics. Yet, beneath the dry earth, in places where the aquifers rise to meet the rock, lies a different kind of monument. One dedicated not to defense or habitation, but to the liquid heart of the island. These are the sacred wells of the Nuragic civilization, subterranean temples of water that display an architectural finesse unrivaled in Bronze Age Europe. At sites like Santa Cristina and Su Tempiesu, the visitor does not look up at a tower, but down into a geometrically perfect abyss. A staircase of dressed stone descends into the cool darkness, leading to a spring that has been venerated for over 3,000 years. The precision of the stonework, the alignment with the heavens, and the intense focus on the underground world reveal a culture that saw water not just as a resource, but as a divine entity requiring a house of unparalleled beauty. The Nuragic people, who inhabited Sardinia from roughly the year 1800 before Common Era until the Roman conquest, are best known for their conical stone towers. However, around the year 1200 before Common Era, a shift occurred in their building priorities. They began to construct elaborate sanctuaries around springs and wells. The well of Santa Cristina is the supreme example of this tradition. Located near the town of Latino, it is often described as the most mathematically perfect ancient structure in the Mediterranean. From the surface, one sees a keyhole-shaped opening surrounded by a low wall, or temenos, which marks the boundary of the sacred precinct. Passing through the entrance, a trapezoidal staircase descends steeply into the earth. The walls of the stairwell are built of basalt blocks, cut and smoothed with such accuracy that they fit together without mortar. The ceiling of the stairwell is a masterpiece of corbelling, where each layer of stone projects slightly inward over the one below, creating an inverted staircase that mirrors the one beneath your feet. As you descend the 25 steps at Santa Cristina, the light changes. The harsh glare of the surface fades into a twilight cool. At the bottom, roughly 7 meters down, is the Tholos chamber, a beehive-shaped room that encloses the spring. The water here is dark and still, maintaining a constant level thanks to the hydraulic engineering of the builders. Looking up from the water's edge, you see the circular opening at the apex of the Tholos, framing a circle of sky. At certain times, the sun or the moon passes directly over this oculus, illuminating the water and the bottom of the well in a dazzling display of light. This is not accidental. The geometry of the well is calibrated to capture the light. The construction technique used here is known as isodomic masonry. The blocks are uniform in height and laid in regular courses. This level of refinement is rare in prehistoric architecture, usually associated with the classical temples of Greece or the palaces of the Near East. Yet here it appears in the indigenous context of Sardinia. The basalt was quarried, shaped with stone or bronze tools, and fitted with a tolerance of millimeters. The smooth inner walls of the well prevented vegetation from taking hold and kept the water pure. It was a filtration system as much as a temple. The question of function is central to the mystery. Why build a cathedral for water? In the arid climate of Sardinia, water is life. A reliable spring was the difference between survival and extinction for a community and their livestock. But the sacred wells go beyond utility. The architectural investment suggests that the water was believed to possess healing or oracular powers. Archaeologists have found numerous bronze votive figurines, known as bronzetti, in the vicinity of these wells. These small statues depict warriors, archers, chieftains, animals, and everyday people offering gifts or praying. Some figures appear to be infirm or injured, suggesting they came to the well seeking a cure. The water cult was likely the unifying religion of the Nuragic tribes, a shared belief system that brought disparate clans together at these pilgrimage sites. At the site of Su Tempiesu in Orune, built directly into a steep hillside, the architecture takes a different form. Here, the well temple has a pitched roof made of stone, mimicking the wooden beams of a house. The water source is channeled into a small basin before overflowing into a larger trough. This overflow system ensured that the water remained fresh and moving. The discovery of Su Tempiesu was fortuitous. A landslide had buried it, preserving the upper structure which is often lost at other sites. The facade remains intact, showing the elegant joinery of the stones. The celestial alignments of the wells are a subject of ongoing research. At Santa Cristina, it has been observed that during the equinoxes, the sun illuminates the staircase perfectly, the shadow of the lintel retreating as the sun rises higher. Even more intriguing is the lunar alignment. Every 18.6 years, during the major lunar standstill, the full moon shines directly through the oculus at the top of the Tholos, reflecting off the water at the bottom. This phenomenon would have been a spectacular and rare event, likely marking a major festival or a turning point in a calendar cycle. It implies that the Nuragic priest architects possessed a sophisticated understanding of astronomy and could translate that knowledge into stone. The engineering required to manage the water table was significant. The builders had to locate the vein of water, excavate the shaft without causing a collapse, and then line it with heavy stones while water was seeping in. They often used a layer of clay behind the stone lining to waterproof the shaft and prevent the groundwater from destabilizing the surrounding soil. At the site of Sartesta near Olbia, the well is part of a larger complex that includes a circular assembly area with stone benches. This suggests that the rituals involved a community gathering, perhaps a council of elders or a public ceremony where the water was distributed or used for purification. The lack of written records from the Nuragic civilization means we rely entirely on the mute stones and the objects found within them. We do not know the names of the gods worshipped here. Was there a specific water goddess, a deity of the underworld? Later Roman sources mention a Sardinian deity named Sardus Pater, but the wells predate the Romans by a millennium. The emphasis on the underground suggests a connection to chthonic forces, the powers of the earth, fertility, and the ancestors. The descent into the well is a descent into the womb of the earth. The bronze figurines found at the sites often exhibit a gesture of salute or prayer, with the right hand raised and the palm open. This gesture is directed toward the deity of the well. We also find pottery shards, jewelry, and beads made of amber and glass. The presence of amber from the Baltic and glass from the eastern Mediterranean proves that these sanctuaries were part of a long-distance trade network. Pilgrims or traders brought offerings from far afield to the sacred waters of Sardinia. One of the most remarkable features of the Santa Cristina well is the way the steps narrow as they descend. This creates a forced perspective, making the descent seem longer and the bottom more distant. It is a theatrical trick that enhances the psychological impact of entering the sacred space. The visitor is squeezed, both physically and visually, as they approach the water. Upon reaching the bottom, the space opens up vertically into the tholos, drawing the eye upward to the light. It is a journey from the surface world to the underworld and back to the celestial. The wells were not isolated, they were often surrounded by a village of stone huts. The kapan huts near the sanctuary often include a large meeting hut, distinguished by a circular bench running around the interior wall and a central basin or altar. These meeting huts, or curia, served as the political and religious centers of the community. The proximity of the well to the meeting hut reinforces the link between water and authority. Control over the sacred spring likely conferred political legitimacy. In the year 1853, the site of Santa Cristina was first described by the scholar Giovanni Spano, but it was not until the mid-20th century that systematic excavations revealed the true precision of the masonry. The smoothness of the basalt blocks is often compared to modern concrete, but it is purely the result of labor-intensive grinding and polishing. The Nuragic masons used harder stones, likely obsidian or emery, to abrade the basalt surfaces until they were perfectly flat. The hydrologic stability of the wells is another marvel. Even during droughts, the water level in Santa Cristina remains relatively constant. This is due to the careful siting of the well over a reliable aquifer and the design of the catchment basin. The builders understood the hydrogeology of their island intimately. They did not just dig holes, they tapped into the permanent veins of the earth. There is a distinct contrast between the rugged Cyclopean masonry of the Nuragic towers and the refined geometric masonry of the wells. The towers are built of massive, rough-hewn boulders, designed to intimidate and withstand attack. The wells are built of smaller, dressed stones, designed to impress and endure. This stylistic difference suggests a specific, sacred architecture that followed different rules than military or domestic construction. The well was a jewel box, while the tower was a fortress. Some wells, like the one at Predate Canopoli in Perfigas, are built of limestone rather than basalt. The use of white limestone gives the well a different character, glowing in the sun rather than absorbing it. The craftsmanship remains the same, indicating that the technique was transferable across different geological zones. The master builders traveled, or the knowledge was disseminated through a guild-like system across the island. The rituals performed at the wells likely involved the use of lustral water. The water might have been sprinkled on the faithful, drunk as a potion, or used to wash specific body parts. The finding of double-handled jugs suggests that water was drawn and carried away, perhaps to bless homes or fields. The judgment by water is another possibility mentioned in later folklore, a trial where the accused had to undergo an ordeal involving the sacred water to prove their innocence. If they sickened or went blind, they were guilty. If they remained unharmed, they were innocent. The decline of the Nuragic civilization and the arrival of the Carthaginians and then the Romans did not end the veneration of these sites. The Romans often built their own sanctuaries on top of or near the Nuragic wells, recognizing the holiness of the place. At Santa Cristina, the remains of a Nuragic village are overlaid with Roman structures, and a Christian church was later built nearby, maintaining the sanctity of the location for 3 millennia. The name Santa Cristina itself is a Christian overlay on a pagan site, likely associated with a saint who was martyred or connected to water. The sonic properties of the tholos chambers are also significant. The beehive shape acts as a resonator. A voice humming or chanting at the bottom of the well is amplified and distorted, creating an otherworldly sound. This acoustic effect would have enhanced the rituals, making the voice of the priest or the oracle sound divine. The splash of water in the echoing chamber would sound like the voice of the earth itself. In the region of the Jiahu Digesteri, the high plateau is home to wild horses and numerous nouriches, but the wells are found in the valleys below. This separation suggests a zoning of the landscape, the high ground for defense and habitation, the low ground for water and worship. The daily journey to the well was a physical descent, a movement away from the safety of the tower into the realm of the spirits. The staircase at the well of Santa Cristina is covered by a stepped ceiling, mirroring the steps below. This is an aesthetic choice, not a structural necessity. A smooth ceiling would have been easier to build. The mirroring creates a sense of enclosure and symmetry, a visual rhythm that guides the initiate down. It is architecture designed for movement, a kinetic experience. Recent excavations at the site of Romanzesu have revealed a massive complex of water worship that includes not just a well, but a labyrinthine system of channels, pools, and stepped amphitheaters. Here, the water was made to flow through the site, animating the architecture. Romanzesu is often called a Nuragic sanctuary village, a place dedicated entirely to the cult. The scale suggests that hundreds of people could gather here to watch the water rituals. The durability of the basalt used in these wells is extraordinary. Basalt is a volcanic rock, hard and resistant to erosion. While the limestone monuments of other civilizations have crumbled, the basalt wells of Sardinia look almost new. The tool marks are still visible. The edges are still sharp. They have survived earthquakes, invasions, and the slow grind of time. One curious feature found at some sites is the betil, or sacred stone. These are carved, phallic-shaped stones, often placed near the entrance of the well or the tomb. They represent the fertility of the gods. The combination of the vertical betil, male, and the hollow well, female, creates a symbolic union of opposites, a representation of the generative forces of nature. The Nuragic people did not use mortar. The stability of the wells relies on gravity and the precise interlocking of the stones. This dry stone technique requires a high degree of foresight. Each stone must be cut to fit its neighbor perfectly. If one stone shifts, the whole structure can fail. The fact that they are still standing is a testament to the engineering mastery of the builders. At the site of Sunatante in Irgoli, the well is smaller and more rustic, but it still follows the canonical layout: vestibule, staircase, tholos. This standardization shows that the religion was codified. There was a right way to build a well. It was not a haphazard folk tradition, but a formal institution with strict architectural dogmas. The water in these wells is often potable today. Visitors to Santa Cristina can still see the clear, cold water at the bottom. It is a living monument. Unlike a ruined temple where the god has fled, the spirit of the well, the water, is still there. This continuity of function is rare in archaeology. The Nuragic civilization is often overshadowed by the Egyptians or the Greeks in history books, but their hydraulic architecture is superior to anything else in the Western Mediterranean at the time. They were the masters of water. They lived on an island where drought was a constant threat, and they responded by elevating the search for water into a high art. The alignment of the Santa Cristina well with the lunar standstill is particularly complex because the moon's orbit wobbles. The standstill points are the extremes of the moon's rising and setting positions on the horizon. To capture this event in a stone structure requires decades of observation. It implies that the Nuragic culture had a class of astronomer priests who kept records and directed the construction of sacred sites. The wells are also connected to the giants' tombs, the collective burial chambers of the Nuragic people. These tombs have curved facades that resemble the horns of a bull. The bull was a sacred animal, a symbol of strength and virility. The connection between the bull, earth, tomb, and the water, life, well, is a recurring theme. Life comes from water and returns to the earth. In the silence of the Sardinian countryside, with the wind blowing through the cork oaks, the wells remain hidden until you are right upon them. They do not shout their presence. They are introverted spaces. They invite introspection. To enter the well is to leave the sun-drenched world of the living and enter a liminal space of shadow and reflection. The archaeological site of Sant'Anastasia in Sardinia is located right in the middle of the modern town. The ancient well is integrated into the urban fabric. Here, the continuity is even more striking. The modern church stands next to the Nuragic well, and the townspeople still regard the site with a special respect. The layers of history are stacked on top of each other, all centered around the precious resource of water. There is a theory that the wells served as locations for incubation rituals. A sick person would descend into the well or sleep near it, hoping for a healing dream or a vision from the god. This practice was common in the classical world, the cult of Asclepius, and it is very likely it had prehistoric roots in Sardinia. The sensory deprivation of the dark, cool chamber would induce altered states of consciousness. The stone blocks at Santa Cristina are wedge-shaped, tapering towards the center of the tholos. This prevents them from falling inward. It is the principle of the arch applied to a 360-degree rotation. The keyhole shape of the entrance is not just decorative. It creates a structural lintel that supports the weight of the earth above the staircase. As we look at the sheer number of these wells, over 50 have been identified. We realize that the landscape was dotted with these portals. They formed a sacred network that connected the different territories. A traveler in the Bronze Age could walk across Sardinia and find these familiar sanctuaries at regular intervals, places of rest and spiritual refreshment. The mystery of why the Nuragic civilization stopped building them remains. Around the time of the Iron Age, the construction of new wells ceased. The existing ones continued to be used, but the great era of hydraulic architecture ended. Perhaps the climate changed, becoming wetter, making deep wells less critical. Or perhaps the social structure changed, shifting focus to other forms of worship. The legacy of the sacred wells is a reminder of a time when the environment was sacred. Water was not a commodity, it was a god. The architecture reflected this reverence. The Nuragic people did not just drink the water. They honored it with basalt and limestone, with geometry and light. They built staircases for the water to climb up to them and for them to climb down to it. Standing at the bottom of the well of Santa Cristina, looking up at the circle of sky, one feels a profound connection to the people who stood there 3,000 years ago. The view is exactly the same. The water is the same. The stone is the same. It is a time machine made of basalt. The silence of the well is not empty. It is full of the memory of a civilization that understood the deep, dark, and life-giving power of the earth. The sacred wells of Sardinia are the eyes of the island, looking up at the stars from the depths of the aquifer, watching the centuries pass like clouds across the oculus. Deep in the woodlands of Bucks County, Pennsylvania, the forest floor abruptly gives way to a landscape that defies the logic of the surrounding terrain. Here, amidst the oak and hickory trees, lies a sprawling field of tumbled boulders, a chaotic sea of grey stone that stretches for acres, devoid of vegetation. At first glance, it appears to be a glacial deposit or the aftermath of a landslide, a jumble of jagged rocks piled deep upon the earth. But this is no ordinary geological formation. If you step onto the unstable surface and strike one of the stones with a hammer or another rock, the air is filled not with the dull thud of stone hitting stone, but with a clear metallic resonance. These are the ringing rocks, a natural lithophone that has bewildered visitors, scientists, and musicians for generations. The sound is distinct, ranging from a hollow clang to a high-pitched, bell-like tone that carries through the woods, creating a sonic anomaly in the heart of the quiet forest. The geological composition of these stones is known as diabase, a dark-colored, fine-grained igneous rock that is chemically similar to volcanic basalt. Diabase is hard and dense, formed from magma that cooled slowly beneath the surface of the earth. It is a common rock type found in many places around the world where ancient volcanic activity once occurred. However, most diabase boulders do not ring. If you were to travel a few miles away to a different outcrop of the same formation and strike a rock, you would likely hear the standard, muted clunk of impact. The mystery of the ringing rocks lies in this specific acoustic property that seems confined to a few isolated boulder fields in eastern Pennsylvania. Why do these particular stones possess a voice, while their geological twins remain mute? The boulder field at Upper Black Eddy, perhaps the most famous of these sites, covers approximately 7 or 8 acres. The rocks here are not small pebbles. They are massive, angular blocks, some weighing several tons, piled on top of one another to a depth of over 10 feet. There is no soil between them, which prevents trees and shrubs from taking root. This lack of soil is crucial. The boulders are not embedded in the earth. They are suspended in a matrix of other rocks. This isolation from the dampening effect of the soil allows them to vibrate freely. When struck, the energy of the blow travels through the stone, reflecting off the internal boundaries and creating standing waves that manifest as audible sound. If you were to take a ringing rock and bury it in the dirt, the ringing would stop. The earth would absorb the vibration. Thus, the phenomenon is as much about the physical arrangement of the field as it is about the rocks themselves. However, the suspension theory does not explain everything. Not every rock in the field rings. You can find 2 boulders of similar size and shape, resting in similar positions, yet one will sing like an anvil and the other will sound like a block of wood. This inconsistency points to internal differences within the stones. In the year 1965, a geologist named Richard Fass from Lafayette College conducted laboratory tests on samples from the ringing rocks. He found that the rock created a series of tones at frequencies lower than the human ear can detect, but these tones interacted to create audible overtones. He suggested that the ringing is due to high internal stress within the rock. To understand this internal stress, we must look back to the Jurassic period, roughly 200 million years ago. At that time, the supercontinent Pangaea was beginning to rift apart. The Atlantic Ocean was opening up. Molten magma from the mantle forced its way into the crust, squeezing between layers of sedimentary rock. This magma cooled to form the diabase sills that now underlie the region. As the magma cooled, it crystallized. If the cooling process was interrupted, or if the pressure conditions changed, the mineral grains might have locked together in a state of high tension. The theory proposes that the ringing rocks are essentially pre-stressed, like a taut guitar string waiting to be plucked. The dead rocks, conversely, have released this tension through micro-cracks or different cooling histories. Another factor is the weathering process. The rocks in these fields have been exposed to the elements for thousands of years. This type of formation is known as a felsenmeer or sea of rock. It is typically formed in periglacial environments, where freeze-thaw cycles shatter the bedrock. Water seeps into cracks, freezes, expands, and pries the rock apart. Over time, this mechanical weathering breaks the diabase into the angular blocks we see today. But diabase also weathers chemically. When exposed to water and oxygen, the iron-bearing minerals in the rock begin to rust, and the feldspars turn to clay. This chemical decay softens the rock. A rock that is heavily weathered, rotten in geological terms, will not ring. It becomes soft and absorbent. The ringing rocks are exceptionally fresh and unweathered. They have resisted the chemical rot that has claimed their neighbors. This suggests that the ringing stones are denser or have a tighter grain structure that prevents water from penetrating. The indigenous peoples of the region, the Lenape, were undoubtedly aware of these fields. The stark visual contrast between the lush forest and the barren rock field would have made them significant landmarks. While no specific oral traditions detailing the purpose of the ringing have been definitively recorded in ethnographic texts, archaeological evidence in the vicinity suggests habitation and use of the landscape. It is easy to hypothesize that the fields were treated as ritual spaces. The ability to produce sound from stone is a powerful magical attribute. In many cultures, sound is a gateway to the spirit world. Drumming, chanting, and the use of rattles are ubiquitous in shamanic practice. A field of giant stone drums would likely have been viewed as a place of immense power, perhaps a location where the earth itself could be made to speak. In the late 19th century, as interest in natural curiosities grew, the ringing rocks became a tourist attraction. People would travel by carriage and later by car to strike the stones. The field became a cacophony of amateur percussionists. Over the decades, thousands of hammer marks have accumulated on the best ringers, creating divots and polished spots where the iron hammers have impacted the diabase. These wear patterns serve as a map of the field's acoustic hotspots. The rocks with the most pockmarks are the ones that produce the clearest tones. This multi-generational participation has turned the geological formation into a collaborative instrument, worn down by the curiosity of the human hand. In the year 1890, a local physician and amateur historian named J. Ott attempted to demonstrate the musical potential of the stones. He collected rocks of different pitches and arranged them to form a scale. Accompanied by the Pleasant Valley Band, he performed a concert using the rocks as a lithophone. The event was reportedly a success, proving that the tones were distinct enough to carry a melody. This experiment highlighted the variability of the pitch. The pitch is determined by the size and shape of the rock. A smaller, flatter rock will generally ring higher than a large, blocky one. However, unlike a cast metal bell, the shape is irregular, which produces complex harmonics rather than a pure sine wave. The sound is raw and elemental. There is a subtle strangeness to the ecology of the field. The boundary between the forest and the rocks is sharp. The trees crowd the edge but do not venture in. The microclimate of the field is different from the woods. In the summer, the dark rocks absorb heat, baking in the sun. In the winter, they are exposed to the full force of the wind. This harsh environment prevents soil accumulation. But there is also a theory that the vibrations themselves might deter plant growth, though this borders on the pseudo-scientific. More likely, the constant movement of the rocks, they can shift slightly when walked upon, grinds any budding seedlings to dust. Another puzzling aspect is the distribution of the fields. There are several distinct ringing rock fields in this narrow band of Pennsylvania geology: Stony Garden, ringing rocks of Bridgeton Township, and the main field at Upper Black Eddy. They form a loose chain. Why these specific spots? The diabase sill covers a vast area, but the ringing phenomenon is localized. It suggests that the specific conditions required, the right cooling rate, the right mineral mix, the right weathering history, aligned perfectly only in these few locations. It is a geological lottery win. Let us consider the mineralogy more closely. Diabase consists primarily of plagioclase, feldspar, and pyroxene. The interlocking texture of these crystals is called a phytic. In a ringing rock, this interlocking is incredibly tight. The crystals are woven together so securely that the rock acts as a single, continuous, elastic body. If the grain boundaries were loose, the energy of the strike would dissipate as heat friction between the grains. In the ringing rock, the energy is preserved as vibration. Some studies have suggested that the ringing rocks have a lower percentage of alteration minerals, the clays and micas that form from weathering, than the non-ringing rocks. They are mineralogically cleaner. The human experience of the site is physically engaging. To hear the rocks, you must interact with them. You cannot just look. You have to bring a tool. A hammer is the preferred implement of the modern visitor, and you have to strike. This transforms the visitor from a passive observer into an active participant. The sound you produce is unique to that moment, that strike, and that rock. It creates a feedback loop. You hit the rock sings, and you are encouraged to hit it again, perhaps harder or in a different spot. It triggers a playful instinct. Adults run from rock to rock with the enthusiasm of children seeking the best sound. The forest fills with a random, clanking music, the sound of a Stone Age orchestra tuning up. The weathering patterns on the rocks are also visually striking. The diabase weathers into rounded shapes, a process called spheroidal weathering. The corners are attacked from 3 sides, the edges from 2, and the faces from 1. This means the corners wear away fastest, turning cubes into spheres. The ringing rocks, however, often retain sharper edges than the non-ringers. This angularity might be important. A sphere rings differently than a bar or a block. The irregularity of the shape contributes to the distinctive timbre of the sound. In the year 1967, a study proposed that the ringing capability was related to the moisture content. Rocks that were dried in an oven rang clearer than those that were soaked in water. This makes intuitive sense. Water in the pores of a rock acts as a dampener. The boulder fields, being elevated and well drained, allow the rocks to dry out quickly after rain. If these same rocks were sitting in a swamp, they might be silent. This environmental factor means the field sounds different on a dry August afternoon than it does on a damp November morning. The rocks have a dynamic relationship with the weather. there is also a curious lack of lichen on the most active ringing rocks. While some rocks in the field are covered in crusty grey and green lichens, the favourite rocks, the ones with the hammer marks, are often bare. This is likely due to the constant mechanical abrasion from the hammers. The human activity keeps the surface fresh. In a way, the tourists are performing a geological service, preventing the biological colonization of the stone. The surrounding forest is a typical East Coast mix of hardwoods, but the understory near the field often contains ferns and poison ivy. The juxtaposition of the soft green ferns and the hard grey rock creates a visual tension. The field looks like a scar on the landscape. From the air, it looks like a grey thumbprint pressed into the green velvet of the woods. This visual distinctiveness likely contributed to its significance for early peoples. It is a place that looks like it doesn't belong. Some researchers have drawn parallels between the Pennsylvania fields and the musical stones, or lithophones, found in other parts of the world, such as the gong stones of Africa, or the musical pillars of the Vitrified temple in India. In those contexts, the stones were often modified or selected for specific ritual purposes. In Pennsylvania, the stones are largely in their natural state, though some show signs of having been moved or repositioned. Did the Lenape rearrange the rocks to create better acoustic clusters? It is impossible to say without disturbing the site, but the random-looking pile might conceal an ancient order. The ringing rocks are also located near the High Rocks Formation, a dramatic cliff of red shale that overlooks the Tehiccan Creek. The geological violence that created the diabase intrusion also baked the surrounding shale, turning it into a hard, dark rock called hornfells. This contact metamorphism is visible in the landscape. The heat of the magma was so intense it cooked the neighboring rock. This history of fire and heat is locked inside the cold stone. When you strike the rock, you are releasing energy that has been stored in the crystal lattice since the Jurassic. The mystery deepens when we consider why the field exists at all. Why hasn't it been buried by soil and leaves? In a temperate forest, organic matter accumulates rapidly, leaves fall, rot, and turn to humus. Over 10,000 years since the last ice age, one would expect the rocks to be covered. The fact that they are not suggests that there is a mechanism keeping the field clear. The flushing action of rain washing through the open structure of the pile helps, but it doesn't explain the lack of encroachment from the edges. The field seems to hold the forest at bay. The sound of the rocks is often described as metallic, which leads to the common misconception that the rocks contain iron ore. While diabase does contain iron in minerals like magnetite and pyroxene, it is not a metal ore. A magnet will sometimes stick to the rock, but the ringing is not due to a metallic core. It is purely mechanical elasticity. The rock is behaving like a piece of ceramic or glass. If you strike a glass rod, it rings. If you strike a plastic rod, it thuds. The diabase is acting like the glass, rigid and elastic. In the early 20th century, there were rumors of a mystery force at the rocks that caused magnetic compasses to spin wild. While diabase can be slightly magnetic, claims of wild magnetic anomalies are largely exaggerated. However, the density of the rock can affect localized gravity readings slightly, though not enough for a human to feel. The weirdness of the place has attracted all manner of fringe theories, from ancient alien landing pads to energy vortexes. These modern myths overlay the physical reality, adding a layer of folklore to the geology. The journey to the main field at Upper Black Eddy involves a short hike. As you approach, the sound of other visitors striking the rocks often reaches you before you see the field. It is an eerie sensation to hear the woods ringing with metallic clangs. It sounds like a blacksmith shop or a construction site, but the source is nature. This acoustic radius extends the presence of the field beyond its visual boundaries. The ringing ability is fragile. If a rock is cracked, the ringing stops. The crack breaks the continuity of the wave. This means the ringing rocks are survivors. They have survived the cooling process, the weathering process, and the hammering of tourists without cracking. They are the toughest of the tough. A dead rock in the field might be one that rang 1,000 years ago, but developed a hairline fracture during a particularly cold winter. There is a specific technique to getting the best sound. You shouldn't hit the rock in the center of a flat face. You should hit it near an edge or on a protrusion, And you shouldn't leave the hammer resting on the rock. You must pull it back quickly to let the stone vibrate. It requires a certain touch. This interactive learning curve engages the visitor physically. You have to learn the rock. The diabase intrusion that created these rocks is part of the Palisades sill, the same formation that creates the dramatic cliffs along the Hudson River near New York City. It is a massive geological feature, but the Palisades cliffs generally don't ring. The unique combination of the Felsenmeer Formation, the pile of loose boulders, and the specific mineralogy of the Bucks County diabase creates the perfect storm for sound. It is a rare confluence of distinct geological events. Scientific analysis has also looked at the porosity of the stones. The ringing rocks have extremely low porosity. They are almost solid matter. This high density means sound waves travel fast. The speed of sound in diabase is significantly higher than in sandstone or limestone. This speed contributes to the high pitch. The wave zips back and forth through the rock thousands of times a second, creating the audible frequency. If we imagine the site without the modern tourists, in the silence of the pre-colonial forest, the rocks would have been silent unless something struck them. A falling branch, a deer's hoof, probably not enough force. It required human agency to unlock the sound. The rocks were a potential instrument waiting for a player. This dependency on human interaction makes the phenomenon unique. A waterfall makes sound on its own. The wind in the trees makes sound. The ringing rocks are silent until we speak to them with a hammer. The preservation of the site is a concern. While the rocks are hard, they are not indestructible. The constant hammering wears them down. Some of the most popular rocks are noticeably smooth and depressed at the striking points. There is a debate about whether this constitutes vandalism or participation. Is the wear and tear part of the history of the site, or is it destroying the natural wonder? The county park system encourages visitors to bring hammers, implicitly endorsing the interaction. The sound is the attraction. There is also a distinctive color to the rocks. The fresh surface is a dark, bluish gray. The weathered surface is a rusty brown. The hammer marks reveal the fresh, dark interior. This creates a speckled look on the active rocks. They are polka-dotted with fresh impact craters. This visual record tells you which rocks are the best ringers before you even swing. You follow the path of the previous players. In the winter, ice storms can coat the rocks in a layer of glaze. Striking an ice-covered rock produces a different sound, sharper, more brittle. The seasonal changes alter the acoustic landscape. The thermal contraction of the rocks in extreme cold might also tighten the grain even further, potentially raising the pitch. The rocks are a thermometer as well as a lithophone. The sheer quantity of the rocks is overwhelming. There are millions of pounds of stone in the field. To think that this chaotic pile is a potential symphony is a staggering thought. If you could coordinate 1,000 people, each with a hammer assigned to a specific rock of a specific pitch, you could play a massive, earth-shaking chord. The scale of the instrument is geological. Historically, the diabase was quarried in the region for Belgian blocks, the cobblestones used to pave streets in Philadelphia and New York. It is a durable paving stone. It is ironic that the same stone that sings in the forest is also the stone that endured the wheels of carriages and the boots of city dwellers. The ringing rocks were spared the quarryman's drill, perhaps because the chaotic pile was too difficult to work compared to a solid cliff face. Their disorderly arrangement saved them. The lack of vegetation on the rocks allows for a clear view of the sky. In the dense forest, the canopy blocks the sun. On the rock field, you are exposed. It is a hole in the forest roof. This openness adds to the feeling of it being a special, set-apart place. It is a bald spot on the earth. Some geologists suggest that the boulder field is moving very slowly. The process is called creep. Gravity pulls the pile downhill over millennia. The grinding of the rocks against each other during this slow-motion slide might contribute to the lack of soil. The field is a slow-moving river of stone. The auditory phenomenon is technically classified as lithophonic. Lithophones have been used in cultures from Vietnam, the Dan Da, to England, the musical stones of Skiddaw. In those cases, the stones are usually shaped and tuned. Here, nature did the shaping. The randomness of the pitches is part of the charm. It is an atonal instrument, a chance composition. The ringing rocks challenge our assumption that stone is dead, silent matter. We use phrases like stone silent or deaf as a post. These rocks contradict that linguistic bias. They are lively, they respond. This responsiveness makes them feel almost animate. It is startling when the inanimate world talks back. The local folklore includes stories of the rocks being cursed or haunted, standard tropes for unexplained natural phenomena. But the true haunting is the sound itself. It is a sound that shouldn't be there. It belongs in a metal shop, not a forest. The cognitive dissonance of seeing a rock and hearing a bell is what keeps people coming back. The Upper Black Eddy Field is also home to a waterfall, the largest in the county, located just a short walk from the boulder field. The water cascades over the same diabase ledge. The sound of the rushing water provides a white noise backdrop to the staccato ringing of the rocks. The two sounds, the continuous roar of the water and the intermittent clang of the stone, define the sonic environment of the park. As technology advances, researchers continue to probe the rocks with more sophisticated tools, ultrasonic scanners, petrographic microscopes. They are mapping the microcracks and the crystal alignments. But the fundamental question of why here and not there remains partially elusive. The variables are so complex that replicating the phenomenon artificially is difficult. You cannot easily manufacture a ringing rock in a lab. It requires the deep time and deep pressure of the earth. The ringing rocks of Pennsylvania remain a geological eccentricity, a place where the earth's crust hums a strange tune. They are a reminder of the hidden properties of matter, the latent energies stored in the ground beneath our feet. They invite us to listen to the land, quite literally. To stand in the middle of the field, hammer in hand, is to stand in the middle of a vast, disassembled instrument, waiting for the strike that will wake the stone and send a clear, bright note ringing through the ancient trees. The phenomenon serves as a bridge between the sciences of geology and acoustics. It demonstrates that the physical properties of a material, its density, elasticity, and structure, dictate how it interacts with energy. The rock is a filter for kinetic energy, turning a blow into a sound wave. The efficiency of the ringing rocks in doing this is what makes them special. They are high-efficiency transducers of mechanical force. There is a final poetic irony. The rocks are diabase, a word that comes from the Greek for act of crossing over. It refers to the way the rock transitions between different textures. But in this context, the rocks allow a crossing over between silence and sound, between the solid earth and the vibrating air. They are a threshold, and as long as they remain suspended in their field, free from the soil, they will continue to ring out their metallic secret to anyone willing to listen. On a quiet Monday in May of the year 1950, the dark, wet earth of a Danish peat bog surrendered a face that had been hidden for 2 millennia. It was not the face of a skeleton, stripped bare by the processes of decay, nor was it the distorted visage of a statue. It was a human face, complete with eyelashes, stubble on the chin, and a gentle, enigmatic expression that looked for all the world like a man deep in a peaceful sleep. This is the Tollund Man. He is arguably the most famous and unsettlingly beautiful of all the bog bodies discovered in Northern Europe. His preservation is so perfect that when the two brothers who found him first looked into his eyes, they believed they had stumbled upon the scene of a recent murder and immediately summoned the police. They were wrong about the timing, but they were right about the violence. The man had been killed, but his death occurred in the early Iron Age, roughly around the year 375 before Common Era. The discovery took place in the Bjelskov Dal bog, located in the Jutland Peninsula of Denmark. Viggo and Emil Højgaard were cutting peat, digging blocks of the dense organic soil to use as fuel, a practice that has been central to rural life in this region for centuries. As their spades cut into the layer of peat about 2.5 meters below the surface, they struck something that felt different from the fibrous roots and soil. Clearing away the dark mud, they revealed the contours of a human form. The body was curled up in a fetal position, resting on its right side. The head was bowed, the legs drawn up toward the chest, and the arms bent. It was the posture of someone resting in bed, seeking warmth on a cold night. The police arrived, expecting a forensic investigation into a missing person. However, the presence of the body deep within the uncut peat and the strange, antiquated nature of the man's accessories quickly suggested that this was a matter for historians, not detectives. They called in Peter Wilhelm Glob, a prominent archaeologist from Aarhus University. When Glob arrived, he recognized the significance of the find. He saw the skin, tanned to a deep mahogany brown by the bog water, and the cap made of sheepskin sewn together with hide thongs. He saw the leather belt tied around the man's waist, and he saw the noose. Resting around the Tollund man's neck was a braided leather rope. It was made of 2 thongs twisted together, forming a loop that had been pulled tight. The end of the rope had been cut, leaving a tail that draped over his shoulder. This was the instrument of his death. The contrast between the peacefulness of his face and the brutal reality of the noose is the central paradox of the Tollund Man. Most victims of hanging or strangulation die with their faces contorted in agony, tongues protruding, eyes bulging. The Tollund Man shows none of this. His eyes were lightly closed. His lips were pursed in a slight, meditative curve. He looked resigned, or perhaps even accepting. The environment that held him is as important as the body itself. A peat bog is a unique chemical laboratory. It is formed by the accumulation of sphagnum moss in wetlands. As the moss grows and dies, the layers below are compressed. The water in these bogs is acidic, cold, and almost entirely devoid of oxygen. These anaerobic conditions prevent the bacteria that cause decomposition from thriving. Furthermore, the sphagnum moss releases a carbohydrate polymer called sphagnon. This compound binds with the proteins in the skin, effectively tanning the body like leather. It preserves the soft tissues, the skin, the internal organs, the hair, while often dissolving the calcium in the bones. The Tollund Man is, in essence, a natural mummy, created not by drying but by pickling. When the body was lifted from the bog, encased in a wooden box along with the surrounding block of peat to protect it, it began a journey into the world of scientific analysis. In the 1950s, the technology was limited, but the observations were acute. Today, modern forensic techniques have revisited the Tollund Man, peeling back the layers of his life and death with microscopic precision. We know he was a small man by modern standards, standing about 5 feet 3 inches tall. He was roughly 40 years old when he died, an age that would have been considered mature, perhaps even elderly, in the Iron Age. His hair, hidden beneath the pointed sheepskin cap, was cut short. The stubble on his chin and upper lip was particularly revealing. It was about 1 millimeter long, indicating that he had not shaved for approximately 24 hours before his death. This detail brings him startlingly close to us. It suggests a daily routine. It implies that on the day of his death, or the day before, he stopped adhering to his usual grooming habits. The most famous part of the investigation centered on his stomach. Because the internal organs were so well preserved, scientists were able to extract the contents of his alimentary canal. They found the remains of his last meal. It was not a feast of kings. It was a simple porridge or gruel. The analysis identified the ingredients with botanical exactitude: barley, flax, and a large quantity of wild seeds, including pale persicaria, gold of pleasure, and corn spurry. There were traces of over 40 different plant species in that single meal. Conspicuously absent was any trace of meat or fresh fruit. The composition of this meal tells us about the season of his death. The seeds found were those that would have been harvested or available in the late winter or early spring. This aligns with the state of the bog itself, which would have been wet but accessible. The lack of meat has led to speculation about ritual fasting or a special diet prepared specifically for the sacrificial victim. The inclusion of the threshing waste, the wild seeds often separated from the grain, might imply a time of scarcity, or it might have a symbolic meaning, representing the entirety of the harvest, both the cultivated and the wild. The cause of death was confirmed as hanging, but not the drop hanging used in later judicial executions, which breaks the neck. The Tollund Man was strangled by the noose. The vertebrae in his neck were undamaged. The leather rope cut off the blood supply to the brain and compressed the windpipe. Unconsciousness would have come quickly, followed by death. The markings on his neck, the furrows left by the leather, are distinct and match the weave of the rope perfectly. However, the question remains, why? Why was a 40-year-old man led into a desolate bog, hanged, and then carefully laid to rest in a sleeping position? There are two main schools of thought, punishment or sacrifice. The Roman historian Tacitus, writing in his work Germania a few centuries after the Tollund Man died, described the customs of the Germanic tribes. He wrote that cowards, shirkers, and those guilty of unnatural vices were drowned in miry swamps, pressed down under hurdles. This suggests a penal execution for those who dishonored the tribe. Yet, the care taken with the Tollund Man argues against him being a despised criminal. Criminals are rarely composed in such a serene posture. They are thrown in, often pinned down with sticks or stones to keep them from rising. The Tollund Man was arranged. His eyes were closed by a human hand after death. His body was aligned. This tenderness suggests that his death was a transaction with the divine, not a removal of social refuse. In the Iron Age religion of Northern Europe, the bog was a liminal space. It was neither solid land nor open water. It was a threshold between the world of humans and the other world. People deposited valuable items in the bogs, bronze neck rings, weapons, cauldrons, and even butter as offerings to the gods. It is highly probable that the Tollund Man was the ultimate offering. In a time of crisis, perhaps a famine, a harsh winter, or a need for victory in war, the community might have felt that the gods required a life. The meal of seeds might have been a way to incorporate the essence of the agricultural cycle into the victim, making him an avatar of the harvest. The absence of clothing on the body is another puzzle. Aside from the cap and the belt, he was naked. It is possible that he was wearing clothes made of plant fibers, such as linen or nettle, which decay in the acidic bog environment, unlike animal products like wool or leather. However, other bog bodies have been found with woolen garments. If he was naked, it adds to the vulnerability and ritualistic nature of the scene. He was stripped of his social identity, wearing only the belt, perhaps a symbol of status, and the cap. The preservation of his feet is impeccable. You can see the dermatoglyphics, the skin patterns on his soles. His feet were clean, lacking the calluses one might expect from a laborer walking barefoot. This might suggest he was a person of some status who wore shoes, or perhaps he was kept from hard labor. There was a scar on one foot, an old injury that had healed, a small testament to a life lived before the final walk to the bog. Isotope analysis of his hair and bones has provided clues about his origins. The strontium signatures suggest that he was not a stranger to the region. He grew up in Denmark, likely close to where he died. He was a local man. He would have known the bog. He would have walked past it, smelled it, and gathered fuel from it for years before he became a part of it. This local connection makes the narrative even more intimate. He was chosen from among his own people. In the 1950s, conservation science was in its infancy. When the Silkeborg Museum took custody of the body, they faced a dilemma. If they let the body dry out, it would shrivel and distort. If they kept it in water, it would eventually decay. At the time, they decided to focus on preserving the most remarkable feature, the head. The head was severed from the body and treated with a process involving paraffin wax, replacing the water in the cells to maintain the shape. The body was, regrettably, allowed to desiccate. In later years, the body was rehydrated and reconstructed based on the original measurements and photographs, so that today, visitors to the museum see the original head attached to a reconstructed body, reassembling the complete image of the man. The rope around his neck was also preserved. It is a tangible link to the executioners. Someone plaited that leather. Someone tied the knot. The knot is a slip knot, a simple but effective mechanism. It allowed the noose to tighten under the weight of the body. The tail of the rope was likely thrown over a branch of a tree growing near the bog, or perhaps a structure built for the occasion. Once death occurred, the body was taken down and placed in the old peat cutting. The fact that he was placed in an old peat cutting is significant. He was put into a hole that had already been dug for fuel. This connects his death to the domestic sphere of warmth and fire. The bog gave peat for the hearth, and in return, the people gave a life back to the bog. It is a cycle of exchange. Comparing Tollund Man to other bog bodies highlights his uniqueness. The Graubaal Man, found nearby, had his throat cut from ear to ear, a violent, bloody death. The Lindo Man in England was bludgeoned, strangled, and had his throat cut, the so-called triple death. The Tollund Man's death seems almost gentle by comparison. There was no overkill. This reinforces the idea of a voluntary or accepted sacrifice. Perhaps he went to the noose willingly, believing it was his duty to save his village. The facial expression remains the primary source of our fascination. We project our own emotions onto him. We see peace, we see sleep, we see a Mona Lisa-like ambiguity. But physiologically, the relaxation of the face might just be the result of the specific way he died and was preserved. Yet, the fact that his eyes and mouth were closed suggests care. If he had been left where he fell, his face would likely have been distorted. Someone took the time to compose his features. We must also consider the health of the man. He suffered from whipworm, a common intestinal parasite of the time. This would have caused him some discomfort, perhaps anemia or loss of appetite, but it was not likely the cause of death. He was otherwise in reasonable health. He was not dying of disease when he was hanged. He was a viable life, which makes the sacrifice more valuable. The CT scans performed in the early 2000s revealed that his brain is still inside his skull. It has shrunk significantly, looking like a small, withered walnut, but the structures are still identifiable. His tongue is distended, pushing against his teeth, a clinical sign of the strangulation. These medical images strip away the romance and remind us that this is a corpse, a biological record of trauma. The bog where he was found, Bielskov Dal, was a remote place in the Iron Age. Settlements were usually located on higher, drier ground. The bog was a scary place, treacherous to walk on, prone to fog and strange lights from methane gas, will-o'-the-wisps. To venture there was to leave the safety of the village. The procession that led the Tollund Man there would have been a solemn event. We can imagine the cold, damp air, the smell of decaying vegetation, the silence of the landscape broken only by the squelch of footsteps and perhaps the chanting of a ritual leader. The Iron Age society of Denmark left no written records. We have no hymns, no laws, no diaries from the Tollund Man's contemporaries. We are left to read the language of objects and bodies. The lack of grave goods is telling. In normal burials of the time, people were cremated and placed in urns, often with small items. The bog body is a deviation from the norm. It is a special category of death. He was not buried in the traditional sense. He was deposited. He was given to the wet earth, not the dry earth. Some interpretations suggest that the noose itself is a neck ring or torque, a symbol of the goddess Nerthus. Torques were symbols of high status and divinity. By wearing the rope, the victim might have been consecrated to the goddess, married to her in death. The rope becomes not just a weapon, but a badge of office. The survival of the Tollund Man through the centuries is a statistical miracle. If the peat cutters had dug a meter to the left or right, they might have missed him. If the bog had drained differently, he would have rotted. If he had been found in the 18th century, he likely would have been reburied or discarded as a curiosity. He emerged at the precise moment when archaeology had the tools to preserve him and the mindset to understand him. Today, the Tollund Man lies in a glass case in Silkeborg. He is small, brown, and leathery, but he is undeniably human. Visitors often report a feeling of intrusion, as if they are watching someone sleep who might wake up at any moment. He bridges the gap of 2,300 years effortlessly. He is an ambassador from a lost world, but he does not speak. He keeps the secret of his final thoughts, the reason for his acceptance, and the name of the god or goddess who waited for him in the dark water. The legacy of the Tollund Man is that he forces us to confront the humanity of the past. It is easy to look at a rusty sword or a piece of pottery and feel detached. It is impossible to look at the Tollund Man's stubble, his eyelashes, and the wrinkles on his forehead and feel anything but recognition. He was one of us. He lived, he ate porridge, he suffered from worms, he walked the earth, and he died. His death was a deliberate, culturally sanctioned act. It was meaningful to those who performed it. They believed that by giving this man to the bog, they were achieving something necessary: survival, favor, balance. Whether we view it as a barbaric execution or a pious sacrifice, the intent was serious. The care taken with his body is the proof of that seriousness. He was not discarded, he was delivered. As we look at the fine stitching on his sheepskin cap, we see the hand of a craftsperson. Someone made that hat for him, or he made it himself. It protected him from the rain and wind of the Danish climate. It is a personal item, intimate and functional. It remains on his head today, a strange crown for a king of the bog. The mystery of his identity will likely never be fully solved. Was he a volunteer, a prisoner of war, a criminal, a holy man? The bog does not give up names, it only gives up the shell. But in that shell, we see the reflection of a life. The Tollund Man remains suspended in the amber of the peat, a permanent question mark, a silent sleeper who has outlasted the empire of Rome and the kingdoms of the Middle Ages to lie in a museum and dream his eternal dream. In the end, the Tollund Man is not just a body, he is a moment frozen in time. He is the moment of death, the moment of offering, and the moment of preservation, all collapsed into one. He is a testament to the strange chemistry of the earth and the strange beliefs of the human mind. He reminds us that the ground beneath our feet holds deep memories, and that sometimes the earth gives those memories back, perfectly preserved, to haunt the living with the peaceful face of the dead. A sharp point of flint presses into the smooth, curved surface of a plastron, the flat underside of a tortoise shell. The hand that holds the tool is steady, driven by a clarity of purpose that has been refined over a lifetime of ritual practice. It is the middle of the Neolithic era, roughly 9,000 years before the present day, in the fertile, waterlogged plains of what is now the Henan province of China. The carver is not merely making a scratch, they are making a statement. With a deliberate, forceful motion, they etch a geometric shape into the bone. It is not a picture of a bird or a fish, but an abstract arrangement of lines, a sign. This quiet act, performed in the damp air of the Huai River Valley, represents one of the most profound and contentious moments in the human story, the potential dawn of the written word, occurring millennia before the accepted timelines of history began. The site where this occurred is known today as Jiahu. It lies near the village of Beiwudu, a place where the modern landscape of agriculture overlays a settlement of extraordinary antiquity. Between the years 7000 and 5700 before Common Era, this location was home to the Paligang culture, a society of surprising complexity and sophistication. While much of the world was still navigating the transition from nomadic hunter-gatherer lifeways to settled farming, the people of Jiahu had already established a thriving, organized community. They were pioneers of rice cultivation in the north, pushing the boundaries of agriculture into cooler latitudes. They lived in a world of abundant resources, a landscape teeming with red-crowned cranes, deer, wild boars, and the tortoises that would become central to their spiritual lives. To understand the magnitude of the Jiahu symbols, we must first immerse ourselves in the physical reality of their world. The climate was warmer and wetter than it is today. The region was a mosaic of shallow lakes, marshes, and slow-moving rivers. The air would have been thick with the humidity of the subtropics and the sounds of waterfowl. It was an environment that demanded adaptation but offered immense rewards. The people constructed semi-subterranean houses, digging into the earth to create insulated dwellings that stayed cool in the humid summers and warm in the winters. They built kilns to fire pottery, creating red-brown vessels with practical, elegant shapes. They domesticated the pig and the dog, weaving the lives of animals into their own social fabric. It was within this setting of relative prosperity and stability that the practice of inscribing signs on bone emerged. The excavations at Jiahu, which began in earnest in the 1980s, revealed a treasure trove of artifacts, but none were as puzzling as the 16 distinct markings found on tortoise shells and other bone fragments. These symbols are stark in their simplicity. They are not the elaborate, naturalistic drawings found in the caves of Lascaux or Altamira. They are linear, structural, and repetitive. They look like characters. One of the most discussed symbols resembles a stylized eye. It is wider than it is tall, a pointed oval with a line or a smaller shape inside. To a modern observer familiar with the Chinese script, it bears an uncanny resemblance to the character Mu, meaning eye. Another symbol consists of a simple vertical stroke, while another looks like a window or a portal. There is a sign that looks remarkably like the numeral 8, a shape that would later carry the phonetic value bar in the Chinese language. There are markings that look like the sun, a circle with a dot or a line through it. The immediate question that arises is one of classification. Are these pictures, or are they words? In the study of ancient communication, there is a distinct line drawn between iconography and writing. Iconography depicts the thing itself. A picture of a deer means deer. Writing, however, represents the sound of the word deer, or the abstract concept of the animal in a linguistic system. The Jiahu symbols sit uncomfortably on this line. They are too abstract to be simple pictures. The eye symbol is not a realistic drawing of an eye with lashes and a pupil. It is a schematic representation, a logo. This abstraction is a hallmark of a system that has moved beyond pure representation and into the realm of the codified sign. However, the skepticism from the academic community is grounded in the immense chronological gap that separates Jiahu from the next undisputed evidence of Chinese writing. The oracle bone script, the fully developed writing system of the Shang dynasty, appears around the year 1200 before Common Era. That leaves a silence of more than 5,000 years between the carver at Jiahu and the diviners at the Shang capital of Anyang. 5 millennia is a span of time longer than the entirety of recorded history from the pharaohs to the present. Critics argue that it is impossible for a writing system to exist, or even to gestate for that long without leaving a continuous trail of evidence. They suggest that any resemblance between the Jiahu signs and later Chinese characters is coincidental, a result of the universal tendency of humans to use simple geometric shapes like crosses, circles, and lines. Yet, the proponents of the connection point to the specific medium, the tortoise shell. In the Shang dynasty, the tortoise plastron was the primary tool of divination. The diviners would drill holes into the back of the shell and apply intense heat, causing the bone to crack. The pattern of the cracks was interpreted as a message from the ancestors, answering questions about the harvest, warfare, or the health of the king. These questions and answers were then inscribed directly onto the shell. The Jiahu shells were not heated to crack. That specific pyromantic technology had not yet been invented, but they were clearly ritual objects. Many of the inscribed shells found at Jiahu were modified to contain small pebbles. When sealed and shaken, they functioned as rattles. The discovery of these rattle shells provides a sonic dimension to the symbols. These were not static texts meant to be read in silence. They were instruments of performance. A shaman or ritual leader would hold the shell, shaking it to produce a rhythmic, percussive sound. The pebbles rattling inside the hollow cavity of the tortoise shell might have been meant to simulate the voice of the spirits or the sound of rain. The symbols carved on the surface would then serve as identifiers, marking the shell for a specific ritual, a specific deity, or a specific clan. If the shell was a tool for communicating with the unseen world in the Neolithic, and it remained a tool for communicating with the unseen world in the Bronze Age, the continuity of the medium suggests a continuity of the mind. The graves at Jiahu where these shells were found offer further clues. They were not distributed randomly among the population. They were buried with individuals of high status, often accompanied by other prestige goods. One particular grave, labeled M344, contained the remains of a man whose head was missing, a phenomenon seen in several burials at the site, the meaning of which remains obscure but likely relates to beliefs about the soul or the spirit's release. Arranged around where his head would have been and near his hands and knees were 8 tortoise shells. This deliberate placement indicates that the shells were essential to his identity or his function in the afterlife. They were his tools, his badges of office. Alongside the shells, the graves at Jiahu contained another groundbreaking discovery: bone flutes. These instruments, carved from the wing bones of the red-crowned crane, are the oldest playable musical instruments ever found. They are not crude whistles. They are precision-engineered instruments with 5, 6, 7, or even 8 holes. Tonal analysis has shown that they were tuned to produce complex musical scales, including intervals that sound familiar to the modern ear. The existence of these flutes proves that the people of Jiahu possessed a sophisticated understanding of pitch, harmony, and mathematics. They could conceptualize a scale and craft an instrument to reproduce it. This musical capability is directly relevant to the question of writing. If a society has the cognitive capacity to codify sound into a musical scale, to impose a structured system onto the fluid nature of air and vibration, they possess the requisite mental hardware to codify meaning into a graphic system. Music and writing are parallel technologies. Both involve the translation of the invisible, sound, thought, into the visible or tangible, flute holes, carved lines. The flutes demonstrate that the Jiahu mind was capable of high-level symbolic thought. The symbols on the shells are likely another expression of this same intellectual drive. We must also consider the chemical evidence recovered from the pottery jars at the site. Analysis of the residue absorbed into the ceramic walls has revealed that the people of Jiahu were brewing a fermented beverage. This ancient wine was a complex cocktail made from rice, honey, hawthorn fruit, and wild grapes. The production of alcohol is a significant marker of social complexity. It requires a surplus of food. You cannot ferment rice if you are starving. It implies long-term planning and the knowledge of biochemical processes. Alcohol in the ancient world was almost exclusively a ritual substance used to facilitate feasts, cement social bonds, and induce altered states of consciousness for communicating with the spirit realm. The scene of a Jiahu ritual thus begins to take shape. We can envision the gathered community, the air thick with the smoke of hearth fires. The shaman, perhaps the man from grave M344, drinks the intoxicating rice wine. He takes up the crane bone flute and plays a melody that resonates with the specific intervals of their cosmology. Then he puts down the flute and picks up the tortoise shell rattle. He shakes it, the white pebbles clattering inside the ancient bone. On the surface of the shell, the carved eye stares back at him. The symbol is not just a decoration, it is a focal point. It might represent the ancestor watching the ceremony or the sight required to peer into the future. In this context, the symbol is a tool of power. The symbols themselves are incised with a very fine, hard point, likely a shark tooth or a piece of sharp flint. The lines are thin and confident. There is no hesitation in the stroke, no wavering. The carver knew exactly what they were doing. This confidence suggests that the symbols were not invented on the spot. They were part of an established repertoire. The person carving them had likely drawn them many times before, perhaps in the dirt, on wood, or on skin, materials that have long since rotted away. This brings us back to the problem of the 5,000-year gap. The survival of the Jiahu symbols is a miracle of preservation. Tortoise shell and bone are durable, and the chemistry of the Jiahu soil was favorable. But if the people of Jiahu also wrote on bamboo strips, wood bark, or animal hides, those writings would have disintegrated within decades. It is highly probable that the 16 symbols we have are merely the tip of a lost iceberg. We are looking at the few indestructible fragments of a much larger system of signs that vanished along with the organic materials of the Neolithic world. The silence of the archaeological record may not be an absence of writing, but an absence of preservation. The specific symbol that resembles the character Ri, sun, is particularly evocative. In a society dependent on rice agriculture, the sun is the supreme arbiter of life. The ability to track the sun, to mark the days, and to predict the changing of the seasons was a matter of survival. If the symbols were used for calendrical purposes, they would represent an early attempt to fix time. Writing is, at its core, a way to freeze time. It allows a thought to exist independently of the thinker, to persist after the voice has stopped speaking. By carving the sun onto the shell, the Jiahu scribe was capturing the celestial body and holding it in their hand. Comparison with other Neolithic sites in China offers some context, but no direct matches. The Dawenkou culture, which followed the Peilagang, produced pottery with isolated glyphs that look like suns rising over mountains or axes. The Bampo site of the Yangshao culture yielded pottery with simple scratch marks that might be numerals or clan signs. These scattered finds suggest that the impulse to create graphic signs was widespread across early China. However, the Jiahu symbols are unique in their medium, bone and shell rather than pottery, and their formal resemblance to the later characters. They feel more linguistic than the pottery marks. The person symbol at Jiahu is another point of intense study. It is more complex than a simple stick figure. It has a specific posture. In the Shang script, the character for person, Ren, depicts a figure in profile, bowing or standing. The Jiahu figure shares a certain gestural quality. It is not just a human, it is a human in a specific social or ritual role. If these symbols mark the ownership of the shell, they might be the earliest surnames or clan titles. In a stratified society, the ability to mark property is a powerful motivation for the invention of writing. Some scholars have proposed that the symbols might be related to the Bagua, the 8 trigrams of Taoist cosmology. The Bagua are sets of 3 lines, broken or unbroken, used to represent the fundamental principles of reality. While the full system of the Bagua was codified much later, the roots of this binary thinking, yin and yang, broken and unbroken, might stretch back to the Neolithic. The groups of lines found at Jiahu and the emphasis on numbers like 8 could be the distant ancestors of this divinatory logic. The tortoise shell, with its patterns of scutes, scales, was seen as a natural map of the cosmos. To carve onto it was to interact with the laws of nature. The geographic location of Jiahu also challenges the traditional narrative of Chinese civilization. For a long time, the central plains of the Yellow River were seen as the sole cradle of Chinese culture. Jiahu lies further south in the Huai River basin. Its early complexity suggests that the origins of Chinese civilization were polycentric, a web of different cultures interacting and exchanging ideas across a vast area. The Jiahu symbols might have been a regional innovation that was later absorbed into the broader stream of culture that eventually produced the Shang state. The durability of the tortoise cult is one of the most fascinating aspects of this mystery. For thousands of years, across vast changes in technology, politics, and social structure, the tortoise remained a sacred animal in China. It was the vehicle of prophecy. The Jiahu shells represent the earliest known phase of this relationship. They show us that the conceptual link between the tortoise and the written sign was forged at the very beginning of settled life. The Shang diviners did not invent the idea of writing on shells. They inherited a tradition that was already ancient. The immense age of these artifacts makes them fragile witnesses. When held in the hand, the plastrons feel light, their organic material mineralized by the passage of 90 centuries. The scratches are sometimes faint, requiring angled light to see clearly. Yet they are indelible proof of the human desire to leave a mark. They disrupt our comfortable linear progression of history. We like to think of a steady ascent from primitive scratches to complex alphabets, but Jiahu suggests that the capacity for symbolic representation was fully present in the early Neolithic. The mind was ready. It was just waiting for the right moment and the right medium to manifest. The fact that the symbols appear in groups is also significant. On some shells, there is not just one mark, but several. This proximity suggests a relationship between the signs, a rudimentary syntax. If one sign means eye and another means 8, do they together mean 8 eyes, or the 8th witness? We cannot know. The code is lost. We have the lock, but the key has dissolved. We are left to marvel at the form of the lock itself. It is interesting to note the absence of military themes in the symbols. Unlike the later bronze inscriptions, which often boast of conquests and armies, the Jiahu symbols seem concerned with the ritual, the celestial, and the identity of the person. This reflects the nature of the Peilegang society, which, while organized, does not show the signs of massive, endemic warfare that characterized the later dynasties. It was a society focused on the harvest, the spirits, and the internal order of the community. The red-crowned crane, the source of the bone flutes, is a bird known for its elaborate mating dance. The people of Jiahu would have watched these birds dancing in the marshes. It is poetic that they chose the wingbone of a dancer to create their music, and perhaps, in a similar way, they chose the shell of the tortoise, the quiet, enduring, armored observer, to hold their first words. The bird gives the sound, the tortoise gives the silence. New archaeological methods are constantly being applied to the site. Residue analysis, isotopic dating, and microscopic use-wear analysis are peeling back the layers of the Jiahu mystery. Researchers are looking for traces of pigment in the grooves of the symbols. If the signs were filled with red ochre or cinnabar, it would further link them to the Shang practice of highlighting inscriptions with red or black pigment. Such a finding would strengthen the visual continuity across the millennia. The debate over whether the Jiahu symbols constitute true writing may never be fully resolved because the definition of writing is itself fluid. If writing is defined strictly as the transcription of speech, Jiahu falls short, But if writing is defined as a system of graphic symbols used to store and retrieve information, then Jiahu has a strong claim. It is, at the very least, proto-writing, a crucial experimental phase where humanity tested the waters of graphic communication. It represents the moment when the idea was born that a thought could be caught in a net of lines and held fast. In the quiet museum cases where these shells now rest, far from the mud of the Huai River, they continue to radiate a sense of deep intelligence. They are not the accidental scratches of a bored hunter. They are the deliberate works of a scribe. They remind us that the roots of our literate world are deep and tangled, reaching back into the mists of a time when the boundaries between art, magic, and writing were not yet drawn. The Jiahu symbols are the first uncertain letters of a message sent by our ancestors, a message that has taken 9,000 years to arrive, and one that we are still learning how to read. They stand as a testament to the enduring human need to make the invisible visible, and to carve our presence into the very bone of the world. As we look at the symbol that might mean I, we are acutely aware that it is looking back at us. It has witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, the shifting of rivers, and the turning of the stars. It persists in the face of time's erasure. It is a small, etched window into the Neolithic soul, offering a glimpse of a people who were just beginning to discover the power of the sign. The legacy of Jiahu is not just in the artifacts themselves, but in the realization that the history of human thought is likely far older and far richer than the fragmented record of stone and bone can ever fully reveal. We've journeyed through fragments of history that refuse to fit neatly into our understanding of the past. These artifacts and sites challenge the timeline of human innovation, hinting at lost technologies and forgotten rituals. Which of these mysteries do you find the most compelling? Do you believe the answers lie in lost science, ancient spirituality, or something else entirely? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next journey into the unknown. Until next time.